You're in Braves country. I guess I should say, unless you are in the central time zone, and it is opening day. Let's be honest. There's no greater day than opening day. And so we're going to get into this really quick. These are going to be quick this year, y'all. We're doing these 12 p.m. shows when the series begins, just to give anyone who might have missed the memo. We're going to do these, and they're going to be around 20 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood. And they're really just to give you an idea of what there is to expect. Now, yesterday, a couple of the writers tweeted out that they were going to have the opening day rosters ready by 9:30 a.m. And I thought that was odd, but as most of them are known to do, I think they were drinking a little bit and not thinking about the fact that they were on West Coast time. So the rosters actually won't drop till 12:30. So we'll react to them on the first pitch because we're going to be done by then. That is a very, very quick deal that we're planning on doing, is getting in and out of here today, like I said, about 20 minutes or so. And so we got a couple of things that we're doing today. Now, we've got 3 clips that I want to play for you, and it's Alex Anthopoulos talking about the new year. And then also on top of that, we've got a couple of clips we won't be able to get to that we're going to play during the game today as a part of the commercial breaks. So with that being said, the first 2 that I'm going to get into, we're going to play one and then kind of react and then play the other one. They're all basically talking about the same thing, which is the catcher position for your Atlanta Braves. Obviously, Drake Baldwin is going to be on the opening day roster, and we fully expect him to contribute quite a bit in the days to come. They're expecting Murphy to be back somewhere in the next 2 weeks. But let's talk about Smurf first, and then we'll talk about Baldwin as we get you ready for the San Diego series?
Look, he had been, if you look at the track record, had been a fantastic player. Even that 23 season where it was tale of two halves, he was incredible in the first half and starting catcher for the All-Star game, and then tailed off in the second half. And the oblique injury definitely threw him off, and we had a lot of studies that we did and the impact of oblique injuries in terms of in season and how it impacts you and so on. There's just too long a track record, and then he's also a young player too. So even in 23 with half a season, he was, if you're into war and stuff like that, he's a 5-win player, at least in our own stuff, which is really valuable. Those are elite superstar players at premium spots, and guys love throwing to him. And look, it's hard to quantify. He's as good as you're going to find. Even last year, we led the league. I'm not saying it was all him because he missed a ton of time, but when he was back there, the ERAs were phenomenal as well. And look, he has power, got great defensive skills, and I do think he's going to bounce back and be that elite player again. So right now, it's just talk. He's going to have to get healthy and play, but he's starting to take at bats down in Florida, and we're already starting to map out when we're going to get him to Gwinnett to get going. But hopefully, it's only a few weeks here, and he's back to being an all-star again.
So there you have that. Once again, I kind of have to agree with a couple of the guys who were talking about this a few weeks ago all around Braves country, basically saying that they believe that Smurf's injury is going to be baked into the excuse. It's almost like they're already making an excuse why he's not going to play well this year. I hope to hell they're wrong. I am on the fence about Sean Murphy. The last couple of years, he's just been bad. And it really was the tail end of 23 and all of 24. And if you look at it, he really only shined that first half of 2023. Everybody got excited about it because him and Travis d'Arnaud were just going back and forth in the lineup. It was working great. They were both hitting well. Well, maybe this year he gets a few more bats and gets more consistent. But if he's out there muddling around the Mendoza line, hitting 12 home runs, and though he's above average behind the plate, it's not like he's lights out. He's not Johnny Bench or Benito Santiago. So I will take a lesser defensive player if it means more offense, like Drake Baldwin. Here's his thoughts on Drake Baldwin.
Yeah, I think we're open-minded to it. So depending on how he plays, we've talked about this extensively during the winter and as a front office and even with Snit and the coaches when we got to spring training. And because of his position, and we believe in the bat so much that, again, depending on how he does up here and so on, look, there is a world where maybe he doesn't play as well or maybe he needs to get his bat going. But let's say he's playing at a high level. He's swinging the bat really well, doing a great job defensively and so on. Yeah, there's a world that our best team could be Drake Baldwin, Sean Murphy. We'll do that. And there's still a ton of value to him being at the big league level and learning all the intricacies of game planning and catching and just the routine and everything that's involved. And that gives Snit options, having a left-handed bat and so on. So that would certainly be on the table for us to do that. That being said, if the performance is solid or okay, we might say, look, we think he needs to work some things out. He needs to work on some things defensively. Then we'll make that adjustment. But we're not locked in one way or the other. I do think because of his position, there is a world that he could tandem with Sean and be a backup because he can still get a lot of development. But I think it will definitely be predicated on his performance up here and what's best for him as well as what's best for the team.
All right, so there you have that, and we're going to play another clip here in a few minutes, but wanted to get in a couple of things. The clip that I have coming up kind of talks about the idea of how restricted we are on the salary tax and what the Braves are doing in the offseason, and kind of puts some things to rest, to be honest with you, about, I say it's a misperception for Braves fans that think that the Braves aren't willing to spend. I've always said that going into last offseason, coming into this year, that I do believe they would break the salary tax, and I do believe they will be willing to give up a draft pick, but it's got to be for a smart deal, and it's got to be a game changer. They're not just going to blow salary when this team is pretty well stacked. And remember, now, even with the late additions that we just made, we still have some money to play with at the trading deadline to add what is most likely going to be bullpen depth. And I know a lot of people have scoffed at it. I don't really care when it's all said and done, but that's what it's all about, is the fact that they want some salary flexibility to be able to go out and make a move at the deadline. Realize last few deadlines we've made very little moves, and most of them, actually the biggest one that we've made was the Jorge Soler one. I'm talking about financially, and realistically, the Braves are looking to make a real run, and if we're in it, I don't see them being restrained by salary per se, but now you got a little bit to play with. All right, let's go with the series itself, and then I'll play you that clip. The series lines up like this, y'all. We've got Chris Sale on the mound on opening day. He's going to go up against Michael King. Most of y'all are probably well aware, but Michael King is a very good starting pitcher. I don't know if he's a number one on many teams, but he's damn sure easily a number two. And they've gone through some change in the offseason, and the Dylan Cease questions. Dylan Cease, we will face him on Friday versus Raylo, and those are two really good pitching matchups. And then as of right now, and I'll double check one more time, but as of right now, just before we came on the air, the Padres had not announced their pitching matchups for the weekend. And looking at this right now, they still haven't. And, well, actually, Sunday's going to be Nick Pivetta, so they did finally update that, but they have not announced a starter on Saturday. So Saturday is going to be Schwellenbach versus question mark of the Padres. And then on Sunday, they have flip-flopped the starters to put A.J. Smith-Shawver on the mound on Sunday night versus Nick Pivetta, which means that Garrett Holmes is going to go on the bump on Monday when they have to go to L.A. and face the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are putting Glasnow on the mound. And I think that's probably a pretty good decision. It's got nothing to do with their stuff. It's the fact that there's already going to be a ton of pressure on A.J. Smith-Shawver to perform well. But you add that to the fact that not only will A.J. Smith-Shawver need to perform well, but now he's going against the Dodgers lineup, which is the best lineup and arguably a much more difficult pitching matchup, and to the point of giving the Braves the best chance to win, and also, more importantly, don't kill the confidence of the SSAJ right out the gate. So, and look, it's not ideal. We're going to go up against Grant Holmes and Glasnow. It is what it is. When we go into Dodger Stadium, 3-game series, honestly, most teams are going to believe this, and they're going to say this across the board. Most teams are going to be happy if you take one of 3 games in L.A., but we'll talk about that on Monday. You're just trying not to get swept. We are going, if you look at the big picture across the division, we have a tough opening week. The other teams in our division do not. The Phillies are playing the Nats. The Mets do have to play at Houston, but then when they come home, I think they play the Marlins twice, and in between. Anyways, I looked at the Mets schedule. It's a cakewalk for a hot minute. The Phillies do have to face the Dodgers right after we face them, but they're going to face them at home. So we're going to be probably looking up in the standings unless we get off extraordinarily hot in the first week or so. That's okay. You're not going to win the division in March and April, but you could lose it, and you just want to make sure that the losses don't mount. But like I said, this weekend it's going to be Sale versus King today, Raylo versus Cease tomorrow, and then Schwellenbach on Saturday. It'll be the SSAJ against, who did I say, Pivetta, I believe? Yeah, Pivetta, Nick Pivetta. So they've got good pitching. They've got a pretty good offense. Honestly, I kind of expect the Braves to at least split this series. I love our chances today. I think we've got a really good chance tomorrow as well. Dylan Cease has not been shut down. He also hasn't gotten off to great starts. The A.J. Smith-Shawver start on Sunday is very iffy. Nick Pivetta, a veteran, a solid veteran who's been very good for a long time. That's going to be a tough one. And then I would think Saturday we're going to be favored. They haven't released who they're starting yet, but we're going to have Schwellenbach on the mound, and I love that. So I do believe we have a very good chance of winning opening day. I do believe that Saturday is a game that we need to win. And if we could win one of these others on either Friday or Sunday, we could win a series on the road against a very good Padres team. Now, the one thing I do want to hit up, because I realized I didn't get to it during the preseason show, and I don't want to skip that again. I had it jotted down, and I had, for whatever reason, I marked it off. But when you're doing 19 things at once, your mind kind of wanders, and the next thing I know, I'd ended the show. I don't believe I gave you the actual AL and NL matchups that I have for 2025 in the World Series. I think I told you that I had the Yankees winning the AL pennant, and I do believe that is going to be the case. I think it's going to be a tough one, but I just believe in there, even with them losing Cole and a couple other guys who are on the mend right now. I still think their depth and their pitching on a 162-game season, they get into October, that bullpen's going to be elite. The Yankees are going to go out, if they're in it, they're going to make a move for a starting pitcher. So that's why I have the belief that the Yankees are going to find a way, the way back to the Fall Classic. But it's going to be what I think the whole world wants to see: Red Sox Yankees in the AL, which should be a lot of fun. I do have the Red Sox winning the division, the Yankees winning the wild card, but the Yankees flip the script on them and go to the World Series. In the National League, I just think it's damn near impossible to predict anything but the Dodgers on one side, and obviously I'm going to take the Atlanta Braves on the other side. I think this is a year that we keep it together. I'm not worried about the Phillies. Everybody keeps talking about the Phillies and the depth of their pitching, and they're acting as though the Philadelphia Phillies are just this unbelievable juggernaut when it comes to pitching, starting pitching. They're not, even if you want to make the argument that they are better than the Braves, which I still think that's a huge if, they're not that dominant. They got Luzardo going on day 2. We've got Raylo. I would take my chance with that any day of the week. In the third day of the season, they have Aaron Nola. We're going to have Schwellenbach. I will take my chances with Schwellenbach over an aging Aaron Nola. And I just look at the depth of the Phillies and, Christopher Sanchez. He's good. He's solid, but the Braves have gotten to him before. So I don't necessarily think that he's necessary. And realize when we get Strider back, that's a hell of a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. You're talking about Sale, Raylo, Schwellenbach, and Strider. If we can keep those guys healthy, that's as good of a starting 4, which is all you use in the postseason. You don't really go with a 5-man rotation in the postseason. You worry about the bullpen. So I'll take the Braves' chances, and I do think the Braves are going to upset the Dodgers. I think it's going to be a fun season, or fun October. And I'm also going to say that I believe that it'll be the Braves, Yankees, and the Braves winning in 6. And I'll even go one better for you. So not only are the Braves going to win it in 6 against the Yankees, it'll be his first actual Fall Classic, his second ring, because he was on the roster. Ronald Acuna Jr. ends up being the World Series MVP, because by then he should be rolling, and he'll be a catalyst. He'll be the straw that stirs the drink, right? And I believe that he could and for that matter, Spencer Strider, they just normally don't give it to pitchers, but Spencer Strider could very well be in the mix for the World Series MVP as well. I don't think either one of them take home hardware like MVP or Cy Young this year, just because there's going to be restrictions on their at-bats, et cetera, et cetera. But by the time we get to October, it's go time. All right, let's hit the salary tax and what Anthopoulos had to say about that.
Yeah, so I can tell you that there was a deal we were strongly considering that would have put us over the tax, and we liked the player. Ultimately, what stopped the deal from happening was just the length of the commitment. So, it was going to impact us, right? Taxes for 2025. I think if the player we were acquiring was a shorter commitment than ultimately what it took, we would have done it because it made our team better. So I think the biggest thing is finding the right fit, the right players, and not tying ourselves up going into it's managing the short term and the long term. So what we don't want to do is make a bunch of deals. And I can use examples of deals in other sports or deals in our sport that teams did a year ago that would love to undo them today. And at the time, everyone was excited and so on. And you're trying to dig out from beneath that. So, there's a ton of good players out there. But I've always said this, there's only so much pie to go around. And as we're building our roster, we're trying to make sure that we're competitive year in and year out. And some of it is we've invested a lot of money in the bullpen over the years. And it's been fine to do that because we've had other players making a lot less money. But at some point, we're not going to spend $40 million in the bullpen or more, and we're going to start spreading it around. And as the Rileys and the Olsons and the Harrises and the Striders and all these other guys that we've signed, which we want them to, make more money and start to take up more of that pie, we're going to need to give people opportunities, and we're going to need to run the play out on some of these young players. So that's part of being sustainable. Every GM and coach and manager gets up in their press conference and says, sustainable success, or they talk about championships plural, which getting one's hard enough, or even competing for one. I think that the sustainability piece is really important, and it's tough. And I think you've seen a lot of people in baseball win World Series, and then they have to take a dip for 3, 4, 5 years, rebuild and so on. And, we're proud of the fact that we won a World Series, and then the next year was 101 wins, which hadn't been done in over 20 years. And then the year after that, it was 104. And then last year we still got back there, but it was 89. But we want to try to be in a position that we can do this year in and year out. And that's where you're going to see us having to take on some risk and get a Chris Sale, get a Ronaldo Lopez, convert him. And we're not going to be right on all these. We're definitely going to miss. But that's the model for us going forward, and we're going to have to shoot on some upside because we've made so many commitments to players.
Okay, so everything that he laid out, no lies told there. I think it's funny, he talked about it later, but he didn't really give any real insight, so I decided not to share it. But basically, Anthopoulos was saying that there was a free agent out there this year that they were heavily in on, and it wasn't the AAV, meaning he was willing to spend over the tax. It wasn't that. He didn't like the number of years, so you can fill in your own blank. There's a lot of speculation on what he meant. It could have been a pitcher. It could have been, remember Hoffman got a pretty good salary, and that was one of the ones that he was rumored to be interested in. I think the whole thing with Hoffman fell apart because of the issue with his physical that fell through, because it was the Braves and there was a second team before Toronto signed it. They both pushed it aside because of that. I find it interesting, and this is one of the reasons why I play fantasy baseball, so I know what the hell's going on around the league, because I'm constantly reading updates and everything. Hoffman is expected to be in their bullpen. And if that ends up being a thing, that's a flop for the Blue Jays. Now, who knows? Maybe that's just something that they're going to slowly transition. But they're talking about him basically being a closer, and they didn't pay him like he was going to be a reliever. They paid him with the length of that contract to be a starter. And I thought it was an odd one. It's like the Clay Holmes thing with the Mets. They hope to get something like Lopez, what the Braves got out of Raylo. I give that a much better chance because I've always liked Clay Holmes' makeup. It's just going to be the question is going to be his durability, how many innings he can give you. I do want to say hi to everybody in the chat real quick before we send out of here, and I got a couple other things that I want to show you. Good to see you. So we got John. I know I saw Envy, Robert, Goat, Jillian. I think I saw Charles, Gary, I believe is in here. If I'm missing, there's James. I'm trying to scroll. And Garrett, good to see you. And the one that I have to scroll with, I don't know about y'all, but Macs are very durable. Talking about the computer, not me. I fall apart. But but I don't like the way they're set up. But that's what I have to look at when I'm scrolling through this, and that's why it's always kind of a pain. But anyways, what do we have here? Nathaniel, good to see you. And once again, we're going to be going pitch by pitch, play by play at 4:00. 4:10. We're going to replay this audio as we will do every single opening day of the series. Opening day of every series, we're going to be here at noon. And I know it's going to take a while for folks to come in and get used to this. So I didn't expect a big crowd. It doesn't look like we have a very big crowd today, which is fine because we're trying to make this a steady habit of Monday and Thursday or Friday, depending on when a series begins. We're going to go over the series in about 20, 25 minutes, and then we'll replay the audio for everybody who might have missed it. We just can't play the video because it turns into a real S show when you talk about trying to bring you the game too on top of it right after it. But first pitch will be 4:10 today. You'll see, if you see us come on the air again around 3 o'clock, it's going to be because we're replaying this. I do want to show you a couple of things. So we're adding a couple of emojis, and just so you know what the hell they look like, I want to put them on the screen. We'll probably do a little bit of this during the ball games themselves. We won't leave them up long. But this is our quacking duck. You know how when we talk about there's ducks all over the pond, and I'm always playing this sound right here? So that's a new emoji that we're going to be using, and that's it. But obviously, you don't see it as well when you're on your phone and whatnot. So just wanted to let you know what it actually looks like. Like I said, from time to time, we'll put it up there, but we're not always going to put it up there. You'll just know what that means. And then this is our new Braves Country Radio mascot. We haven't named yet. We're going to name it today. We're going to put the best suggestions on the poll today. So anybody else had any suggestions? We got 3 already lined up that we're going to put in. And the one that's most popular, and we're taking a couple of votes around from other entities, but we're heavily going to look upon what name y'all like the most and obviously keep it clean. But this will be the guide that we're using for the rallies. When the Braves are on a rally, if we're trailing, we just get a guy on, a leadoff double, you can use it as a rally because we wanted something that's kind of encompassed the whole thing that just means that, hey, this is our rally mascot here on Braves Country. So it'll be something like rally something rally. That'll be the nickname. But I think that's about all I got, I believe. Let me look at this. The Mets play the Astros, by the way. I think we talked about the Phillies are at the Nats. So the Braves playing the Padres. This is a big series to start off, and hopefully we get off on the right foot. We're going to have Chris Sale on the mound. So I do believe that he's going to pitch well today. Now, obviously, we don't make picks to click with pitchers, but I expect him to go at least 5, if not 6 innings today. And I think his over-under in strikeouts right now is 5.5. I think he's probably going to get that. But you never know because it's opening day, and you can go out there and lay an egg and be terrible, and the sky will be falling, and he'll be fine because he won the Cy Young last year, and I'm not worried about him having a big fall off, and he's looked pretty good during the spring as well. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game because Michael King is the real deal, and usually the pitching is in front of the hitting at the beginning of the season. So give me the Braves to win this one today in a low-scoring affair. I'll take 4-2. And my pick to click, man, I honestly want to go. I'm so tempted to go with someone like the Drake or something like that, someone who's new, but that might be a little bit too much. So give me Riley to rake today. I'm going to take Austin Riley to click, and we will see y'all at 4:10. First pitch supposed to be beautiful today. What'd they say? 63 degrees. And 10 miles an hour will be the wind, and it's blowing from left in to right center field. So it shouldn't have a huge effect on the fly balls unless it picks up, obviously. But it's supposed to be a beautiful, perfect day for baseball. Y'all have a great one, Braves Country. And make sure to share, like, subscribe. We're trying to take this... We're trying to get to 35. We just went over 35. We're trying to get to 40,000 subscriptions by the All-Star break. And we obviously can't do it without any of y'all. So, and I look forward to this. We had a great time during the spring training, but I look forward to opening day because it's the first real test. And I look forward to spending the entire summer with this Braves Country Radio family. We'll see you 4:10 first pitch. Let's go. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Rama-Lama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee.
look like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important this is? Try to save the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's inside. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Breen. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate. Please remain standing. We call your attention to our bands here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture, our national anthem. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live as the Braves are on the road, and we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing left field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Jurickson Profar, returning to San Diego where he played last year with 24 home runs. Batting second, playing third, Austin Riley is back. He'll be followed up by Big Matt Olson, who is batting third and playing first. Your designated hitter and cleanup hitter, Marcell Ozuna. Ozzie Albies will be batting fifth and playing second. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves and batting sixth. And behind the plate, his first start in Major League Baseball, his first opening day, it's the Drake Baldwin. Orlando Arcia batting eighth and playing short. Jared Kelenic batting ninth and in right field. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's the defending National League Cy Young champion, Chris Sale. The Southpaw will be going head-to-head with Michael King. Braves are in their traditional road grays with Atlanta across the chest in red. Tomahawk underneath. Outlined in navy. Gray pants, gray top. Numerals on the back in red, outlined in navy, and the Navy names are on the back. They'll be wearing Navy ball caps with the classic white A symbol. Backing up Michael King in the bottom of the first inning. And playing right field, it's Fernando Tatis. Batting second, playing first, Luis Arias. Batting third, playing third, it's Manny Machado. Batting cleanup, Xander Bogaerts. He is at shortstop And batting fifth, playing center field, it's Jackson Merrill. Yuli Gurriel is their designated hitter today. He was on the Braves roster down the stretch last year. Jake Cronenworth is batting seventh and playing second base. Lockridge is in left field and batting eighth, and Diaz is behind home plate. Calling balls and strikes today, it's Adrian Johnson. Your first base umpire, Quinn Wolcott. Second base will be manned by Ramon DeJesus, and down the third base line, it's Paul Clemens. 65 degrees here in San Diego, and we are set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves.
Let's get back to basics. This is a baseball. The object of the game is to keep the baseball within the confines of the...
You're in Braves country.
I love this city. It's a fact. It's the greatest city in the history of mankind. Discovered by the Germans in 1904. They named it San Diego, which of course in German means a whale's vagina.
No, there's no way that's correct.
I don't know what it means. I'll be honest, I don't think anyone knows what it means anymore. Scholars maintain that the translation was lost hundreds of years ago.
Doesn't it mean Saint Diego?
No.
No, that's what it means.
Well, agree to disagree.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon. If you haven't said hi already, jump into the chat. We'll do this in reverse order, make it a little easier on my part. Good to see you, Gary the Real McCoy. Charles Fritz, good to see you. Hellion is in the chat. Mark Ricardo, good to see you back. Shane Bentley. John. Edward Spry. Seeing who else we have in here. I'm pretty sure I saw the GOAT in here earlier, but that might have been from the pregame show. Claire, welcome in. Jillian, welcome in. Garrett. Carlston. SSW. We've missed anybody, jump back in the chat and we'll holler out at you. Focus this year is going to be on those subscriptions. We're not as worried about the likes, but I do appreciate the likes. We know there's a lot of folks that it's a long story why they can't hit those, but it has to do with their being chimed in and whatnot. But nonetheless, we are set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. We're going to take a really quick break, and please subscribe, share, and like today. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball. No more measles and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Welcome in for Braves Baseball. We're going to try this way today, y'all. I was noticing on the early broadcast that the 3D came on pretty quickly, so hopefully that's the case for us. In years past, we've had to sit there, and you're not getting the full deal. So if we have to, we'll switch it up and go to the scoreboard, but I think we're going to be okay. Before, what was happening last year is what I'm trying to say. They essentially, you would have to reload the screen to get it to pop up, and you had to wait for it to pop up. It didn't automatically go. So hopefully that won't be the case today. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. We are about 4 minutes from first pitch. And unlike all the spring training games that we brought you, total of, I think it was 19 or 20. I don't know what it meant when we did the two-game series in Tokyo. I'm not sure if that took us to 19 or 20. But anyways, they were very iffy on the time of the first pitch, the start of the game. Sometimes it'd be a couple minutes early, sometimes it'd be a couple minutes late. But I've seen normally during the regular season, it gets going at the drop of the hat. So hopefully that's the case. I am having issues of bringing in one of the broadcasts, but we'll be okay off of that. If that's the worst thing that happens today, it's an arcade opening day. As you can imagine, the MLB app has not gotten any better. They roll with the same stuff. I do like the presentation this year. It's a little different, but the functionality of it has been not so good. As Braves are going to be wearing those light gray top to bottom, as we talked about in the pregame. The Padres are in their white home uniforms. Leading off for the Braves will be Profar. Remember, he is an ex-San Diego Padre. Last year, he played for the Padres and had himself a heck of a year. And we are hoping that we get that same kind of production from him this year. Know who you did for the pick to click. We'll go ahead and run that for you real quick while we have a second. This is the new soundbite we're doing for the Pick to Click.
Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Some people think they can. Nuclear scientists, mathematicians, astronomers, biologists. Because they see beyond the known dimensions of time and space.
So that's the new Pick to Click. We went with Riley in the pregame show. We're doing the noon pregame shows at the beginning of each series. So tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, the pregame show will come on 10 minutes. I guess it's really about 25 minutes before first pitch. And Monday, when we start the new series with the Dodgers, will come on at noon Eastern. It just gives them more time to kind of react to what just happened and look forward to what we're about to walk into. We're going to walk into a buzzsaw. We know that with the Dodgers series, 3 games in L.A. We're starting it off, if y'all missed the pregame show. We start that series off against Glasnow, who's realistically their ace. He's the most talented pitcher they have. And we'll be going with Grant Holmes. So that should be eventful, to say the least. San Diego crowd is raucous and rocking. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Padres are wearing their white uniforms, home white uniforms, top to bottom, with the thin brown pinstripes, brown caps, yellow SD on the top. Braves, once again, are wearing their classic road grays with Atlanta on the chest, tomahawk underneath, and the navy ball caps with the white A. Michael King is making his final warm-up tosses, and we're just about set. Once again, the 3D will appear. As soon as it appears, we'll click it and roll. So that's the game plan this year. It looks like they've gotten it cleaned up quite a bit. All the Braves players are slapping high fives in the dugouts. Jurickson Profar with a big smile on his face, taking a practice swing on the on-deck circle. Once again, it'll be Profar, Riley, Olson, Ozuna, Ozzie, Harris, Baldwin, Arcia, and Kelnick. Left to right in the outfield for the Padres, it's Lockridge, Jackson Merrill, and Tatis. Around the diamond from third to first, it'll be Machado, Bogarts, Cronenworth, and Arias. Diaz is behind home plate, and King is doing his final warm-up tosses. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves, and Jurickson Profar is getting a healthy standing ovation, and rightfully so. Really cool thing by the crowd here in San Diego, appreciating what he did for the Padres. And we are just about set the 2025 season. Yes, sir! It is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way is a fastball right down the pipe. For a strike, it's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Stroh. Did he call that a ball? All right, we got one already. It's 1-1. Those of y'all didn't see it on the screen yet as we are loading the 3D. It's a sinker that was above the knees and on the plate. The 1-1 swing, chops it over towards first. That ball's going to get through. That ball's going to be down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves have got a leadoff single to start the 2025 season. A hard chopper to the right-hand side. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Get that straightened back up for you. First pitch on the way to Austin It's a swing and a strike. It's 0-1. Riley batted .256 on the year last year with 19 home runs, 56 RBI. The 1-1, or the 0-1, excuse me. Pitch on the way. Fastball outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves nothing, Padres nothing. Just starting the 2025 season. If you're just joining us, please hit that subscribe today. The 1-1 pitch from King. Kind of a herky-jerky motion. Comes set. Fires a sinker down and in. That ball gets away. And Mr. Jurickson Profar is going to cruise on up to second base. He won't get a stolen base on that. That'll be a pass ball. That went off the glove of Diaz. He tried to just backhand it. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just couldn't find the handle on it. So a 2-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. Profar at second. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's hit hard into left field. Right at the left fielder, Lockridge. He'll make the catch. Profar will scamper back to second. One away. Right at Lockridge, but he definitely got a good hard swing on that. He was not cheated on that one bit. Here's the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson, who stands in. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch is high and inside. It's 0-1. 247 average last year with 29 home runs, 98 RBI. The Ice House took a high strike on the first pitch. The second pitch down and inside. Evens up the count, 1-1. 1-1 count. Runner on second. One away. Ozuna stands at first. King comes set. The wind up the pitch. Down and in. 2-1. Not quite finding the grip on that sweeper. The 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Down and in, ball 3. 3-1. A 3-1 count to Olson. Ozuna standing on deck. Ozzie in the hole. Braves trying to get out to an early lead here. All the games going on in Major League Baseball. We'll do a whip around the diamond soon. The 3-1 pitch. That's ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. King having a hard time placing the pitches, and Diaz is having a hard time catching him. That's the second ball that he's dropped. The first one cost the Padres a base. First pitch on the way. To Marcell Ozuna is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I don't know if you work for him, whether Farley, but we don't allow commercials on here. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Jason, my producer, will bag those every single time. The 2-0 count to Marcell. Swing, chops it foul. Got him to swing over the top of his off-speed changeup. Trying to get him. You know he's trying to get Marcell into a double play mode. Runners on first and second. One out. King comes set. Looks back, kicks and fires. Fastball high and inside, ball 3. A 3-1 count. King really on the ropes here. He just walked Olson. The only out he's gotten so far is a hard hit ball by Riley. 3-1. Outside wide, ball 4. So that will load the bases. That'll load the bases. So you're going up there to the mound. They're going to have a quick powwow with King. Neblock, the pitching coach, is out there with the entire infield. Bases loaded. 1 out. And Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. So Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. He'll be on the left side with the open stance. King comes set. The first pitch on the way. Swung on. Chop foul down the first base side. Just past the first base dugout. It's 0-1. The 0-1. So we welcome in 5 new members to the country club. Catherine, Damar, Tennessee Volumer, Jesse, and Colby welcome in. The 0-1 pitch is down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Infield is back and to the right. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss up top. So 1-2 to Ozzie. Braves nothing. Padres nothing. I think we might be synced up now with the scoreboard. I forgot it lags behind our feed. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in, 2-2. Tried to get him to chase again. That changeup, it's a hard changeup. It's coming in at 88 miles an hour. Takes a quick dip, almost like a splitter. He's got essentially 6 pitches that he uses, but he'll lean on the sinker change four seam as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and chopped over towards second. It's beginning to be a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. They got Ozzie by half a step. Ozzie thought he was safe. I don't think we're going to challenge it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. I do want to hold up a second because they might be challenging this. It does look like Ozzie got him. Ozzie was safe. And they are challenging this, I do believe. So if that's the case, we're going to be up a run. Apologize for the delay. We wanted to make sure if we needed to go to break or not. At first, it didn't look like they were going to challenge it, but he definitely beat that. If you're looking at the replay, he beat it by... And it's easy for us to say after you slow down the video, but he beat it by quite a bit. Here comes the call on the field, and it is going to be a run scored. So the Atlanta Braves take an early 1-0 lead. You'll have runners on the corners and 2 outs. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Here's the first pitch as King needs a couple of extra tosses to get loosened as he ran off the mound. So they're going to give him a couple extra tosses just to make sure that he's all right. That'll bring Michael Harris the second to the dish. Olson is on third. Ozzie is on second. King is about to throw his 25th pitch of the inning, not counting the warm-up tosses he just threw. Harris digs in. First pitch on the way is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and in. 2-1. The ball gets away. Ozzie's going to take off, and he's going to be safe. He is barely going to beat that out, but he is going to be safe with a head-first slide. Heads-up base running by the Wiz. Good hustle by Ozzie.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
First pitch on the way to Harris, after that wild pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Second and third, 2 outs. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, just got a piece of it, taps it out in front of the mound. Gonna have to hurry. Diaz fires it down to first. He'll get Harris by about a step or so, and that'll end the inning. But not fool your Atlanta Braves. Put one on the board. We got a score in Braves country. It's 1-0 good guys.
Excuse me. Sorry, I actually didn't want any spicy sauce on my fries.
Okay, did you say that when you ordered?
I did, yeah.
Oh, you did? Then it's not your order then. Go sit back down.
Hey, can somebody help me understand how the Flintstones were celebrating Christmas when their time was set in 10,000 BC before Jesus was born?
I got 7 kids. I'm their daddy now. I don't like to clean. I love dirty bitches. I smack the out you. We gon' fight. I'm a hoe. I'm a pimp. I'm broke. I got bread. I'm homeless. You can live with me.
Don't judge me, but a few years ago I was having trouble paying my rent, and my landlord said, well, I'm sure we can work something out. So I started unbuttoning my blouse, and I said, oh, I think so too. And then my family got real vocal and said, that ain't no way to act during a simple game of Monopoly, especially between 2 sisters.
Gonna text me telling my his phone died. You next, mother. You better get to that charger before I get to you. My phone died. You finna be right behind it. Stop playing with me.
Now, Johnny did put us on the map. I remember one time a guy asked him, said, John, just exactly where is Bingo? And Johnny, in his infinite wisdom, said, well, it's about 50 yards on the other side of resume speed. So that's about how big Binger is.
Yeah, city limit signs are back to back on the same post.
Binger might have been tiny, but it didn't stop Ted Bench from encouraging his son Johnny to dream big.
My dad had served in the war. Unfortunately for him, he served 2 hitches and never got the opportunity to play in the major leagues. He wanted to be a catcher. And we would watch the game of the week. Now batting the next superstar, the switch-hitting center fielder from Oklahoma, Mickey Mantle. And I looked at my dad and I said, you can be from Oklahoma and be in the major leagues? I said, that's what I want to be. And he said, well, catching was the quickest way to the major leagues and what the major leagues needed.
Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. First pitch on the way from Chris Sale is outside wide, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 1-0, excuse me. Lefty-righty matchup. Tatis, Arias, and then Machado due up. The 1-0 swung on, and that ball is going to get sliced into right field. That's through for a base hit. And the San Diego Padres have their leadoff runner on. Lefty-lefty matchup now. As Arias digs in. First pitch on the way. He tries to drop down a drag bunt. Taps it off the plate foul. Arias batted .314 on the year last year. 4 home runs. 46 RBI. Former Marlins, usually always in the conversation for the batting title. Doesn't hit a ton of home runs, but he gets on base, and that's what they got him there for. The 0-1. Slider. Good night, Irene. You need that call. Just missed the outer edge. 1-1. That slider looked like it drifted right over the plate and grabbed the edge, but they didn't give it to him. So a 1-1 count. Sale delivers. Outside wide. 2-1. Braves 1, Padres nothing. Happy opening day to all. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves every single game right here on Braves Country Radio. The 2-1 swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Sale delivers. Slider just misses outside. 79 mile an hour. Tried to get him to tap it. Full count. Padres 1 on, nobody out. Good speed on the base paths. The payoff pitch. Swing rips it foul. Just past the first base side. Orioles already 5-0 up on Toronto. In the second inning, you've got the Phillies and Nats knotted up 0-0. The payoff pitch. Swing, pops it up. Back behind home plate. Baldwin will give chase, but it'll easily make it into the crowd. Full count. Runner at first. Sale. 9 pitches into the inning. Delivers. Swing. Lips it up the middle. It's going to be an easy play for Arcia. He'll go straight to first base as Tatis had a great jump on that. No way for Arcia to turn to. So he took the easy out one away. Braves defense looks like this. We've got Drake Baldwin behind home plate, the rookie, getting the start. His first opening day. We go Riley, Arcia, Ozzie, and Olsen around the horn. Sale on the mound, and then left to right in your outfield, it's Profar, Harris, and Kelnick. First pitch on the way to Manny Machado is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Chris Sale digs in, looks over his shoulder at Tatis at second. Here's the pitch. 86 outside and down, 2-0. Machado with 29 home runs last year. One of the best defensive third basemen in the game. An all-around third baseman in the game. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss on the edge. 96 miles an hour, 2-1. 2-1 count. Standing on deck is Bogarts. In the hole is Jackson Merrill. The 2-1. Fastball misses inside. Ball 3-1. Chris Sale. Pitch count now at number 15 as he winds up. Here's the pitch, and taking off on that bender is Tatis. He will have third base, stolen with ease. Baldwin fired it down to third, and actually it was a pretty decent throw, an accurate throw, but he got such a big jump, and it was a soft toss. We did get the strike on the play, so you got a full count, but now Tatis is in scoring position, which means the infield will draw in. Didn't used to see that years ago. Used to. Well, I'm mistaken. They're actually going to play this one back with the 1-0 lead. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses high. Ball 4. So Machado will head on down to first. What I was about to say is that typically back in the day, as Bogart stands at the plate, first pitch on the way, down and in, it's 1-0. Back before analytics got involved, you always played back until you were forced to play in, meaning later in the game or you've already given up a lot of runs. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 2-1. 2-1 count. One thing they haven't fixed this year, if you notice, they're showing the sky being nighttime, overcast nighttime. It is a bright sunny day, as it is 1:30 local time. The 2-1 pitch swung on, pops it up. Can of corn. Who wants it? Who can get to it? Ozzy's waving off Kelnick. He had to go quite a ways, but he will make the catch, 2 down. Big out number 2 there. Bogart was disgusted with himself and slammed the bat as he headed back towards the dugout. He was looking for anything. Just got underneath that one. So runners on the corners, 2 outs, and Jackson Merrill will be the batter. Second-year man, had a great rookie year. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the first pitch. Swing! That ball sliced fouling out of play. It's on 197 miles an hour on the edge. Merrill had 24 home runs and 90 RBI a year ago, his rookie season. Lefty-lefty. Sale comes set. 98 miles an hour. Just kisses the black on the outer edge. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves 1, Padres nothing. Here's the pitch. Outside wide. Machado takes off, and he will easily stroll into second base. Baldwin faked like he was going to throw down to second, see if he could get Tatis off the mark, but neither Arcia or Ozzy was standing at the base. The 1-2, swing lifted into center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes the throw from Harris, and it's going to take a high pop off the mound, and the Padres have taken a 2-1 lead. That throw hit the pitcher's mound and jumped high in the air, so what little chance they had of getting Machado on that play, no chance after it hit the mound. He just kind of stuck the bat head out there and doinked it into center field. Didn't hit it hard, but hit them where they ain't. And the Padres have taken a one-run lead here in the first. First pitch on the way to Gurriel. Swung on and sliced back foul. It's 0-1. Sale was disgusted with himself. You saw him shake his head because he knows that he got a little bit too much to the plate, and it was a base hit that didn't really beat him. He just kind of stuck the bat out there. The 0-1 down below the knees, 1-1. One count. Here's the pitch. Down and in. 2-1. The 2-1. Swing, fouls it back. Sale comes set, the 2-2 pitch. Swing, rips it down the third base line, but foul will do it again. Braves 1, Padres 2, bottom of the first. Sale about to throw his 29th pitch of the inning. Here's the pitch. Swing, pops it up. That should get us out of it. Coming in, charging, making the running catch is Kelenic, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Padres put a couple on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Strider will pitch. Gwinnett is on the road Saturday, Charlotte. The plan is for him to pitch there. Normally in a rehab scenario, doesn't mean you normally bump the pitch count up about 15-ish, barring having a 20, 30 pitch inning, workload changing between innings. That might adjust. You might repeat it. So that's not to say we're locked into that, but he finished at 45 last time out. So the goal will be to get him what we call 4 ups, which is just you touch the mound a 4th time. So you pitch into the 4th inning. Part of that is conditioning your legs and so on. And we'd like to build off the 45 and go beyond that, but we will see how it goes. God forbid we make some errors behind him, or it's a long inning. It could go shorter and he has to go finish up in the bullpen to build up the pitch count. But look, you start getting close to the 60 mark, and then potentially after that, maybe you get to 70, maybe you repeat it, 75. That'll be really a day-to-day thing, see how he recovers and how he's feeling. But you're going to want to then touch the 5th inning and so on. But, you start getting close. And at that point, we're going to ask him. He'll tell us when he thinks he's ready, how his legs are feeling, because, look, once he's back, the rehab stuff is over. It's, we need you, you're going, whether it's every 5 days, getting an extra day and so on. So we just want to make sure he's good and durable and the foundation is there to hopefully, go for the remainder of the year. So we don't have a date. We do know we need to get him built up to start and to cover innings. And I just talked to him a few days ago, and we'll just continue to communicate with him, but he's definitely going to have a few starts in Gwinnett for sure. And then we'll just evaluate each time and see how things are going. Ronald's doing well. He's hitting down in Florida as well. We're just waiting for him to get cleared to do outfield drills, and but he's getting a ton of at bats. So I think the biggest thing is once the outfield drills part gets cleared, then hopefully soon after that he goes on a rehab assignment. And I don't think it's going to be about at bats. I think that'll be about getting him up to 9 innings in the field and be able to play 2 or 3 days in a row.
Welcome back. Michael King will go back to work. First pitch on the way is up top. For a strike, it's 0-1. Drake Baldwin, your new catcher, Sean Murphy, is on the mend. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. Misses high. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. King tries again to chase that change. Once again, that thing is really dips down. The 2-1 pitch. King flips it up there, swing, fouls it back, 2-2. We do have a few new sound bites specifically for Drake. Regardless, we're going to play it for him after this one. For those of y'all who may not have heard it, when he gets a base hit. The 2-2. Swing, chops it foul down the line. Full count. We've got one if and when he goes deep. Not really known for a home run hitter, but he does have some pop. 16 home runs last year in the minors. His major league debut, opening day debut. The 2-2 to Drake. Swing just got a piece of that. Or did he not? I guess it just fell out of the glove. Strike 3, went away. Taking another look at that. Now the ball came right by him. Once again, that's the third ball that Diaz has dropped. I don't know if he's got a new mitt that he hasn't worked in. It has been a disaster so far. First pitch on the way to Arcia. He's outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. 92 misses wide. 2-0. 2-0 count. Padres lead it 2-1, top of the second inning. The pitch, 94, 3-0. So Orlando Arcia, you don't see this a whole lot. He's worked himself a 3-0 count. Pitch on the way, right there for a strike, 3-1. Three-one count to Orlando. King kicks and fires, swung on. That ball's going to get dribbled through the infield. That's going to be for a base hit. So how about that? Orlando got a base hit.
You're my boy, Blue! Blue, you're my boy!
About a 4-5 hopper through the infield. Hit him where they ain't, and Orlando Arcia is batting 1,000 on the season. Who had that on their bingo card? First pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Kelenic batting .231 last year with 15 homers. The 0-1. Swing, chops it over towards second. It's going to be a 4-5. That'll be it. Excuse me, 6-5. Let me clean that up. Bogarts was over in the second base position. He shoveled it to Machado, who stepped on the pillow. And once he did that, Machado did not have enough time to turn and get him out at first. First pitch on the way to Profar is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Runner at first. 2 down. Profar takes the 0-1 up high, called for a strike. Profar didn't like it. Can't say I blame him. That ball was definitely a bit out of the zone. It's 0-2. The 0-2 misses high. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball sliced down the line, foul. Braves trail by 1, 2-1 your score, top of the second inning. Atlanta scored in the first inning where King was having a hard time getting his control under attack, but he looks like he's back to it. The 1-2. Ooh, nasty sinker. He wanted that call in the inside clip, heading to the dugout. He said something pretty loudly and pretty ugly to home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. That might be a makeup call for the blown call for the second strike of this at bat. The 2-2 deuces wild. Here's the pitch. Swing. Just got a piece of it. Dribbles it foul. You got a 2-2 count. King delivers. Swing. Pops it up. Backing out of play. Deuce is wild. We're in the second inning. 1 on, 2 outs. A 2-2 count. Braves trail 2-1. Standing on deck, the number 2 hitter, Austin Riley. Profar trying to work his way aboard, 1 for 1 on the season. The 2-2. Swing and a missed, strike 3. Nasty bender down below the knees. That'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. 2-1 San Diego. We go to the bottom of the second.
So I went to the gynecologist yesterday, and when he was down there taking a gander, I noticed he looked really upset. And I got nervous, and I said, "Is everything okay, doctor?" "Yeah, everything's fine. It's just if I had known you were coming in today, I could have saved $6. And he asked for my autograph.
Hey, does anybody else have a curfew as a grown-ass adult because their dog expects them home at a certain time?
Man, there's just something about the fluorescent glow of the Walmart lights in the middle of the night while sitting in your car that's just romantic.
My friends are like, "Oh, my kids keep me young." Cool. My kids aged the out of me, so I guess I got the other kind of kids.
Please don't come around me doing that. All that. I'm never going to ask you what's wrong, baby. I'm never going to do that. Stop making that unnecessary ass noise. If you're going to be an adult and you're going to tell me what's wrong, just tell me what's wrong. Listen, my patience is as thin as a Lay's potato chip and about as fragile as an uncooked egg. I am very straightforward with people. I want them to be the same way with me. And then y'all do the weirdest sounds. You got halitosis from your rib cage coming out your mouth. What? I don't have time for you right now. What is the matter? I get annoyed so quick, y'all, I will literally grab my purse and leave.
So my life was consumed with baseball during baseball season. And when basketball season, I played basketball. We didn't have football. We started school on the 1st of August, and at the end of August, we let out for 3 weeks and went out and pulled cotton and combined peanuts, and I mowed yards and had the paper route, and it was just part of, a way of life. I learned how to work. I learned what work was all about. I learned not to be afraid of it. I mean, I didn't come from means or anything. I'm just a kid who grew up in Oklahoma.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. Sale is 31st pitch. Swung on, banged on the ground. Arcea's got it, flips over to first. It's going to be an easy 6-3 putout. Riley dove at the ball. And it just got past him. Arcea was there to back him up. Made it look easy. Lefty-righty matchup now with Lockridge coming to the plate. First pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Fastball right down the track. It's 0-1. Brandon Lockridge, 28-year-old from Pensacola, Florida, drafted by the Yankees in 2018. The 0-1. Misses outside, 1-1. He had 12 at-bats last year. It's his only appearances in Major League Baseball, batted 167, but is the 1-1 chopped off his inseam 1-2. He does have a home run and an RBI, and in the spring, which I'd say had a lot to do with why he made the team, he batted .356 with 7 stolen bases. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3, got him. Good pitch, 2 down. The bending slider really had more of a curving snap to it on the outer edge. With 2 strikes, that's got to be a hard pitch for a left-hander to try to reach out there and get. 2 down, the number 9 hitter Diaz is at the dish. He'll take the first pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. A laser down in front of Profar. And it's a 2-out single for the Padres. One on, 2 outs, and the top of the order will flip over. Lefty-righty matchup. Braves trail 2-1. Here's the pitch. Swing. Rattles it back foul, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Last year they had it set up where it could go directly from behind home plate to the action, but I don't think it's set up like that yet. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, 1-1. Padres 2, Braves 1. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Bravos. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Friars. The 1-1, swing and a miss, change up off the edge, 1-2. 1-2 count. Sale comes set. Brings it. Swing, pops it up. High down the right side, bending foul and out of play. Olsen and Kelnick both giving chase, but it landed about 3 or 4 rows down towards the right field corner. Royals and Guardians are tied at 0. St. Louis and Minnesota, we got our first rain delay of 2025. It's supposed to be Sonny Gray and Lopez if they get that game off. The 1-2. Just misses with the slider, 2-2. Drake tried to frame it. Pretty good job of framing so far by Drake Baldwin. I've noticed that this spring. By the way, updating that Kansas City game, Vinny Pasquiano, Vinny P as they call it, just hit a 3-run bomb. The 2-2. Swing. Rolls it over foul. We'll do it again. Astros lead the Mets 1-0. They are in the third. The 2-2 from Sale. Runner at first, 2 outs. The conductor brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Smoke him if you got him. He got him. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You've heard of Elf on the Shelf. Now, hear about getting the out of the fast lane on the interstate when you're going 5 miles under the speed limit and there's no one in front of you before I lose my Move!
What did you say?
I want a new car.
Spell way.
W-A-Y?
You forgot the F.
There's no F in way.
You're right.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
So I was traveling for the holidays, and when I got to TSA, they said to take your jacket and shoes off. And I misunderstood the assignment, and I started stripping down all the way to my drawers. And I asked the security officer, is this enough? And he said, ma'am, put your clothes back on right now.
I met Johnny a long time ago. He always brings up Okie.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
He takes a lot of pride in being from Oklahoma and being from a small town.
Our teachers always had us write at the beginning, I think, of every year what we planned to do when we grew up. And he was from the beginning. He was a Major League Baseball player. And we were like, oh, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
So in the 8th grade, I was only 5'2", the same size hands, same size head, same size feet. I mean, I was the ugly duckling. I mean, the only people scouting me at that time was Barnum and Bailey.
He was all hands and all feet when he was little. That's what we always talked about.
Here I was, and I grew 9 inches the next year, 2 years, and the junior year they asked again, and I said, I want to be a Major League Baseball player, and they didn't laugh so much.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. Down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Misses 1-1. Michael King at 48 pitches. The 1-1 pitch way high and hot out of the zone, 2-1. It's been a little wild today. He had a good second inning. Maybe the Braves can get him back on the ropes here in the third. The 2-1 pitch, swing, rips it back foul, 2-2. King, former New York Yankee, did a lot of bullpen work before he became a starter out here in San Diego. The 2-2. Down and away, full count. So a full count. Austin Riley digs in. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing! Fouls it back. High into the nosebleeds. Full count to Riley. Standing on deck is the ice house. King comes set. The payoff pitch. Swung on, and that ball is lifted foul and out of play. We'll do it again. The payoff pitch to Riley. Fastball. Fouls that back. So a full count here. Padres 2, Braves 1. The 3-2 once again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the sinker on the outer edge. One away. It's good at bat by Riley there, just could not make contact, and if you look at the replay of that, it did look like that ball was going to be called for a strike. So you got to swing on it. He's got a lot of movement on his pitches. That's what makes him so tough. The first pitch on the way to Olsen is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. What you hope is to hang close here and get King out of the game. You can't imagine with his pitch count up fairly high so far, you'd hope to get him out by the 5th inning or somewhere in that neighborhood. Especially these early starts. The 1-0 is rattled foul. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing, pops it up into center field. Drifting underneath it is Jackson Merrill. He'll make the catch. 2 down. Two down, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate, representing the tying run. First pitch on the way to King, from King to Ozuna, is a 93-mile-an-hour sinker. Down and in, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Up top, did he go? He did not. I think that was framed poorly. That looked like it was in the zone, but he didn't get the call because Diaz had to backhand it and slide across. The 2-0 to Ozuna. Down and in, ball 3, 3-0. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Braves trail by 1. The 3-0. Whoa! Hey, high inside, ball 4. And Ozuna had to bend out of the way there. High heat, 94 mile an hour. Chin music. No way that was intentional, but he'll take his base, head on down to first. wild in this game, but somehow is clinging to a 1-run lead. Happy opening day to everybody. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Gets set, kicks and fires. High and out of the zone, ball 2, 2-0. 2-0 count. Kicks and brings it. Swing! That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A 2-run shot. And the Wiz has gone yard, baby, on opening day. He did not miss that.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Wow. That was right in his wheelhouse. That was so pretty, I thought it was too good to be true. When he first took a swing, I thought to myself, no way in hell that gets out. That's going to hit a pole or something. But, man, he knocked that back. I mean, that was 10 to 15 rows back, well over 400 feet. And your Atlanta Braves are taking a 3-2 lead. First pitch on the way is a strike to Michael Harris the second. It's 0-1. The 0-1, 92 sinker inside. Gets the strike call there. 0-2. Oh-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's laced into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And the inning will continue as Michael Harris II, Money Mike, comes through with the single on opening day. They're going to go out there and talk to King. I don't think they want to get him out of there this early. They're going to go out there and talk to him real quick, but thank you for the contribution, Mr. James. And I did miss one on the last break. The first pitch on the way is down and inside to Drake Baldwin. It's 1-0. Go back and get that, gentlemen. 1-0. Swung on and fouled it back. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Gaming Exchange is running a Discord. So if y'all are interested, I guess give him a holler. We looked into that Discord. Hellion and I basically come to an agreement that was just going to be too much for me to try to run all that nonsense. The 1-1 down and into one. What we are planning on doing, y'all, because it's just easier to do it on Facebook, and I'll probably start one on Twitter as well, or X. Each morning we're just going to start a thread. Anybody wants to talk about the games or whatever, and just let it go for the entire day. It's just going to be a lot easier to do that than to start another application. The 2-1 to Baldwin, 92-mile-an-hour sinker. They got the call there, 2-2. He's been getting that call quite a bit, and that's why he got so upset during the Profar at bat, because he didn't get the call, and it was right basically in that same area. The 2-2 count. Baldwin digs in. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's belted down the right field line, but foul. Man, that had some good distance on it. I don't know if it would have left the building, but it definitely would have been extra bases if it was fair. Braves 3, Padres 2. Top of the third inning. The 2-2. King comes set. Pitch up top, misses high. Good take by Drake. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. We've got a fun one that when Baldwin strikes out in a big situation or whatever, we have a hate the Drake, then we got to love the Drake and a love the Drake home run for him this year. The 3-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 4, so we can finally play.
You don't like the Drake?
I love the Drake.
How could you not like the Drake?
Who's the Drake?
The Drake is good.
Looks like Schilt's going to come out there, and that's going to be it. Schilt is going to send him to the locker room. We'll be back in a flash. We got that last clip we want you here for Anthopoulos. He's talking about Daysbel Hernandez and the bullpen.
If he locks in and throws strikes like we saw the last 5 weeks of the season and into the 2-game series with San Diego, he's great. And, you know, you're going to have ups and downs with relievers no matter who they are. But like you said, it's in terms of the velocity, it's top end, the sliders and out pitch, and just getting him in the zone a little bit more. But the upside is certainly there. I mean, the one thing why some of these guys with control issues end up in the bullpen is you have a starter with command issues. They're struggling in the first. You're not getting your bullpen up, not in the first inning. They're struggling in the second. You're not getting your bullpen up. You let those guys work through it. You have to. You almost don't have a choice. The bullpen guys, the days they don't have it, you have the ability to take them out and bring somebody else in and hopefully clean up the mess and, you know, have that guy available the next day and so on. So normally these guys with command issues, you still can be an effective reliever. So we've got swing and miss stuff. It's big equipment. I think Snit will certainly know on days that he has it or does not. But what he did for us down the stretch. And again, I think we have enough depth with some power arms now. Neris isn't necessarily power like he was when he's younger, but his split is still an out pitch. Eniel De Los Santos has got a big arm, and he's thrown the ball really well this spring. And Pierce Johnson's thrown the ball a lot more like when we first acquired him in 2023. So from the right side, we feel good there. And I'm removing Iglesias just because a closer for me is not a right-hander or a left-hander. It's just a closer. Mm-hmm. They're used in a certain spot. So, and then, Dylan Lee and Bummer, we lost A.J. Minter for basically the last 2 months of the year last year. So great reliever, definitely going to be missed, great in the clubhouse. But I believe we still had a good bullpen the last 2 months of the year, and that was with A.J. being on the shelf, and that was with Dylan Lee and Aaron Bummer doing the majority of work from the left side. So we have a lot of confidence in them going into the season.
Welcome back. Orlando Arcia to the plate, batting 1,000. First pitch on the way is a soft bender on the outer edge from Jacob, the new pitcher. It's 0-1. Alex Jacob at the 2.45 ERA last year. Kind of a three-quarter submarine delivery. The 0-1, 85 misses high. 1-1. It's definitely a guy that is more so to take care of a right-hander than a left-hander. You got the left-handed bat of Kelnick standing on deck. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 86 blew it right by him. 1-2. You don't see that often, an 86-mile-an-hour pitch that just blows right by a big league batter, but he's got that funky delivery, and it just kind of gets on top of you. Arcia's never seen this kid before, so it's going to be a battle. The 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing. Lifts it down the right field side. Foul and out of play. We'll do it again. Astros lead the Mets 3-0 in the fourth. The 1-2. Swing. Rips it down the third base side, but foul. He is way out in front and way behind. But the more and more he can see this delivery, Arcia might stand a chance of getting a base knock. Runners on first and second. We got speed at second base in the form of Michael Harris. If it gets down, he should score with 2 outs. The 1-2. Misses high, 2-2. 4-seam fastball. Phillies and Nationals are 0-0. They're in the 5th out there. That series is in D.C. They are off tomorrow. The 2-2. Swing, strike 3. Kind of a half-hearted check swing. Really bottled them up, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Get a 2-run home run from the Wiz. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Well, my car won't start, but at least I got cute nails. Y'all want to see? Listen to this. Listen to this. You don't hear nothing. You don't. I mean, I prayed to the Lord. I said, Lord, give me more gratitude. And he delivered, okay? My mom and daddy's house got hit by a hurricane. All the power was knocked out. Our refrigerators were out. Nothing was going, okay? I had to pay $300 to get back home. And then I come home. I forgot to pay my water bill. So then my water got shut off. And my belly was really hurting. And you can't flush the toilet when you got no water. So then I had to go over next door and sneak some water from my neighbor's yard. And while they were sleeping, filled up a bucket. YouTubed how to flush a toilet. And then my car won't start. But we are thankful, grateful, blessed.
Daddy, Michael's a big baseball fan. He follows the Mets like you.
Is that so?
Yeah, he says the Mets are going to win the pennant this year.
The Mets ain't gonna win no pennant for 10, 20 years, if then. Remember where you heard that.
It's okay to be white. It's okay to be black. It's okay to be straight. It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be you. But it's never okay to stop at a yellow light when we both should have made it, bitch!
Me and alcohol do not mix. And you'd think my family would know that after the crazy debacle that happened last year. But at the Christmas party last night, the punch was spiked again. And once again, I ended up doing karaoke in my underwear. And to make it even worse, my uncle won't stop texting me pictures from last night.
I mean, when Johnny was here in Binger playing ball, he was exceptional, of course, but we'd had other ball players in this town that looked as good as Johnny looked, but he had that desire, that little something inside.
He never, ever doubted for a minute that he would not be a Major League Baseball player.
I remember riding my bike, and I'd be riding down the street and cars would be whizzing by me, and I even thought, I said, wonder if they know that I'm going to be in the major league someday.
Welcome back. First pitch from Chris Sales right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. Right there below the knees, 1-1. 1-1 count. Luis Arias, the batter, lefty-lefty matchup. Slap hitter from the left side. The 1-1 pitch, swing, chops it over towards first, right to Olsen. Olsen's got it. Flips it to Sale, who's covering the pillow. One away. 3-1 in your scorecard. Guess people are having some issues with MLB today. I didn't see a lot of complaints. I don't know if they're blacking folks out, if that's the issue, or if it's something else. They did announce something, but I think the Braves are still in the quagmire as Manny Machado comes to the plate. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. They announced that 27 of the 30 teams will not be in blackout restrictions. But I never saw an actual list, but it made it sound like the Braves were one of the teams that were not going to be affected by that. 1-0. Swung on it, belted. That ball is deep into left field corner, coming over, making a running attempt at it is Profar. The ball is going to bounce into the seats, and it's going to be a one-out ground rule double by Machado. He got a little more air under that than I expected. Looked like that was going to have a chance of going out. Profar had a long way to run, and it may have, I guess it hit the chalk, because that is close play. Yeah, it hit the chalk and bounced. Oh, that's funny. It actually bounced rolled up into the stands underneath the railing. I don't think it would have mattered one way or the other. I think Manny Machado ends up on second base, but the ball bounced, and then the hand railing that's on the wall down the left field line, the ball had just enough room to roll underneath it. First pitch on the way to Bogarts is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. You would think if you were designing a stadium, you would make sure the handrails were low enough where a ball could not roll under it. The 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Good job of pulling the string on that changeup by Chris. Now this would be in the Braves market. NB. Jacksonville, Florida is not in the Braves market. The 0-2, down and in, 1-2. I think it might be the app itself that they're referring to. We had an issue with one of our devices. We had to restart the whole thing. Good to see you, Denise. 1-2 count. Chris Sale trying to get out of this jam. Runner at second. Here's the pitch. Swing, chops it foul. Just got a piece of that one. Xander Bogaerts, 0 for 1 on the day. The 0-1, or 1-2, excuse me. Swing, rips over towards third, diving. Riley cannot get it. It's going to get into left field. Here comes the throw to home plate. They'll slam on the brakes and get Machado to stay at third. He thought about going. It would have been a really close play because though the throw was quick by Profar, it basically dribbled up to the plate. Riley's had a couple of hard hit balls his way. First pitch on the way to Jackson Merrill, lefty-lefty matchup. Pops it up back at foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Runners on the corners, 1 out. 5 hits by the Padres, 2 runs. 4 hits by the Braves, 4 runs. The big difference right now is the Ozzie Albies home run. The 0-1 from Chris. Sale comes set, flips it up there, swinging. That's ripped over to first. Standing on the bag and throws it, airmails it. So Olsen was able to tag first base, and he tried to make a throw from the seat of his pants, airmails the throw, and the score is tied. It would have been a very tough play for Olsen to make. He tagged the bag and got the automatic out. The runner at first heads to second. And it's 3-3. He had to throw. Not only was he going to have to throw from the seat of his pants, the runner coming down the line was in the way. I don't know what made him think he was going to make that play. It was a hard hit ball once again. It was a good defensive play by Olsen to stop the ball, but there just wasn't much of a chance of throwing out the runner there. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Gurriel, it's 0-1. The only chance you may have had, but Olsen knew that there was speed on the base paths, would be to throw down to second and get a tag there. But it was an impossible play, the 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Comes set, kicks and fires, swing. That ball's ripped down the left field line, foul and into the stands. Tie game. Trays are wild. Bottom of the third, 3-3. Chris Sale's trying to keep it right there. Yuli Gurriel 0 for 1. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got it. We'll be back in a flash. See if we can bounce back in the seesaw affair 3-3 your score here in Braves country.
My wife says, but you said you're passionate. I said, no. I said, there's the liquor store. You're passionate.
You know, my daughter asked, are you going to shave off that stupid mustache before we go on Christmas vacation? I was so stunned. No one has ever been that brave with my wife.
As long as I don't curse him out, and as long as I don't threaten him, I can say what I want. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
We sick and tired of that.
Johnny clearly knew what he wanted, but in the spring of his senior year of high school, there was no way he could have seen what was coming.
Our senior year, we were coming back from a baseball game, and we would have stopped at the top of the hill to let Spud off, but he was sick, so we went down the hill.
And all of a sudden, the coach who's driving the bus hollers, no brakes, no brakes.
We said April Fool. It was April 1st.
And everybody started laughing at first. And I was sitting about 3 or 4 seats behind the coach, and I looked up there and saw him pumping the brakes and trying to change gears to slow it down. And I hollered, he means it.
He couldn't gear it down. He tried to make the curve, and the front fender hit it. We flipped over, rolled down the embankment.
Johnny, I was sitting with him, and he grabbed a hold of me and pulled me down on the floorboard. We were both holding on. Kind of went end over end once, and they say rolled about 2 to 3 times. And when it finally came up, it landed back on its wheels, the little door that's at the back of all buses. Johnny's legs were just starting to go out that. He still had me around the waist.
Billy and Haroldine were both had died in the crash.
Those 2 boys got thrown out and the bus rolled over them.
You know, I became a little bit hardened by it, I think. Something that could have happened to me. Here I was now, and here I am in a car wreck and still with plans of who I should be and what I was going to be.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. First pitch on the way is up top for a strike to Profar. It's 0-1. Jurickson Profar. Not sure why they have Kelnick on the screen, but it's Jurickson Profar. What did they just do there? Okay, I'm lost. The 0-1 pitch swung on and chops it over towards second base. Going to be grounded over 4-3 put out, and Kelnick is out. 1 away. I guess they kept focusing on Profar being on deck. I don't know what they were doing. I was looking at the San Diego feed because the Atlanta feed had frozen. Yeah, that must have been what they were doing. So this will be Profar coming to the plate. Profar got a base hit his first time up. He's 1 for 2. First pitch on the way from Jacob is swung on and popped up out of play. It's 0-1. Three to 3 your score, top of the 4th. Slow moving ball game so far. The 0-1 down and in, 1-1. One count, righty-lefty matchup. The switch hitting Profar comes set. Pitch, sinker up inside, 1-2. Jacob has been left into the game. He's going to try to jam the left-handed hitters up top and get the right-handed hitters to chase away. The 1-2 misses outside, 2-2. Washington has taken a 1-0 lead over Philadelphia in the 6th inning. That's promising. And I don't know what Gore did, but he just got a standing ovation. The 2-2 swung on and fouled back out of play. Looks like he's held the Phillies to a 1 run through 6 innings. Two count to Profar. Here's the pitch. Swing, pops that back. Slices it out of play. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Swung on and fisted back once again. We'll do it again. Braves 3, Padres 3. Game 1 of 162. It's good to be back. The 2-2. Swing, pops that up. Let's stay in play. Giving chases Diaz behind home plate. So a 2-2 count. Once again, a righty-lefty matchup. His 18th pitch of the afternoon. Jacob delivers. That pitch is going to be swung on and popped back foul out of play. This Jacob has been kind of a difficult customer. That's the bad news. The good news is the Braves have chased the San Diego Padres starter, Michael King, out of the game already, as Profar asked for his timeout, and it's given by home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. Runner at first. One out. Nobody at first. The 2-2. Swing, pops that back foul. Man, this is a heck of a at bat. Foul ball after foul ball. He's just getting underneath that, and I think Jacob's trying to give him to pop it up. But they've all pretty much been in the strike zone. You can't really lay off on them. The 2-2 to Profar. Jacob comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball once again is sliced back foul. If there's nothing else, he's making Jacob work. This will be the 20th pitch. The 2-2 count. Righty lefty. Here's the delivery. Swung on, chopped over to first. Play's gonna be made easily. And it's a 3-1 put out as Arias flips it to Jacob, covering the bag. 2 away. 2 down, and Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley, 0 for 2 on the day. Be a righty-righty matchup. And this is a packed, beautiful crowd at San Diego today. The first pitch on the way, well outside wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing! That ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Ding dong! That pitch is dead. Austin Riley, the rake. That click clacked. Solo shot, and the Braves have once again bounced back to a 1-run lead. It's a changeup that he left high in the zone, and Riley pelted it into the left center field seats. Got just a little bit too much of the plate in the Braves. Get Chris Sale the lead once again. Here comes Matt Olson. First pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1, 86 mile an hour, right there on the edge, wide strike 0-2. Not sure about that one, but he got the call. So an 0-2 count. Righty lefty, here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's raced into right field. That's down for a base hit. Just past the diving arm of the second baseman over there, Cronenworth, and the Ice House gets into the hit parade. keeps the inning going. Marcell Ozuna, the batter. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. He takes a mighty hack, but it fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Padres 3. Fourth inning, 2 outs. The 0-1 from Jacob is 28th of the outing. Inside. That one ran inside, almost got Ozuna. 1-1. One count. Marcell Ozuna, who's walked twice. The pitch. Fastball right down the pipe. 1-2. 85-mile-an-hour four-seamer. So a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Inside, that one almost got him. Man, that was very close. Almost got the top of his left knee. Somehow he bent out of the way of that one. The 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's lifted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Matt Olson goes flying around second base heading to third. We've got runners on the corners. 2 outs. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Kind of inside out of the ball and just drops it into right field. Olson was running on contact with 2 outs. And he looks slower and slower every time he takes a stride. That's going to be it for Jacob. We're going to run him out of the game, see if we can tack on some runs when we come back here in Braves country.
I'll be late for work again. That's the 5th time I've been late this week. It's only Tuesday.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
JD.
So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend. He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0. In the dirt. Lays off of it. 2-0. Ball got away a bit, but right up the third base line, so Olsen could not advance. And it takes a lot for them to send Ozuna an extra 90 feet. 2-0 count. Matsui, the left-hander, the pitcher. The 2-0 pitch just hits up top. Did not get the call. I guess he did give it the call. It's a very quiet call by Adrian Johnson, 2-1. Two-one count. Swing and a miss. 84-mile-an-hour bender on the outer edge. That one completely fooled Ozzie. He was drifting towards the third base line, and that ball was going towards the first base dugout. That's one of those ones you just feel like you had to make contact with. You should have let it go. The 2-2. In the dirt. Did he go around? Full count. Ozzie turned around and started heading towards the dugout, then caught himself and kind of played it off. If you watch the replay on that, I think he thought he struck out. He was giving that bat up way too early. Ozzie Albies already gone yard today. A single would double the Braves' lead. It's 4-3. We've got a runner at third, in case you're just joining us on your radio dial or here on Braves Country Radio. The payoff pitch. Swing, lifts that one high and deep down the left field line. Going back on the track, making the leaping catch at the wall, robbing Ozzie Albies from a 3-run home run. Good night. We needed like 2 more feet. We'll be back.
People say, you're too old to be fighting. Well, you're too old to be talking to someone like me because I will punch you in your damn throat.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Braves lead at 4-3. We're only heading to the bottom of the fourth. Chris Sale goes back to work, 91-mile-an-hour sinker on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Sale. Kicks and fires. Swing. That ball's batted into the first base dugout. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Tried to chase one off the pier without a pole, one away. Cronenworth, he couldn't hit that thing with an oar. I mean, that ball kept going and going and going. One down, and Lockridge comes to the plate, lefty-righty. First pitch, swinging. 93. Up under his hands, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Misses outside, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Misses, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch from Sale. Swing. Chops that foul down the line. Brandon Lockridge struck out his first time up. The 2-2. Swung on, chopped over towards second. Ozzy's going to have to hurry. Scoops it, flips it, and just gets the speedy Lockridge going down the line, 2 down. Chris Sale at 67 pitches. If we're going to get him through 5, he's going to have to be a little more economical in this inning and the next. I would think that his opening day pitch count is going to be around 80-ish, 85. That's what they pulled him last year. That was about when they started going to the pen. It's a little difficult. It's hard to go to the pen real early because then you start wearing out your bullpen when you have 7 consecutive days without a day off. First pitch on the way is down below the knees. For a ball, it's 1-0. Stilt's in the same position. The 1-0. Swing. Chops it foul. 1-1. Boston and Texas are tied in the 7th, 2-2. Cincinnati leads the Giants 3-2 in the 7th. 1-1 count from Sale. Here's the pitch. Just smacks the outer track. 1-2. Braves 4, Padres 3. Bottom of the 4th we are. Chris Sale sitting at 4 strikeouts. The 1-2. Turns and delivers. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him. Hardy, har. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What's the biggest lie that your parents ever told you?
Not really my mom, just my dad. At 6, I asked my dad what he used to do for a living. I don't really remember what he said, but I asked what my mom used to do for a living. He said, I can't tell you that, your mom will get in trouble. 6-year-old me was like, I gotta know now. He goes, okay, I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. I promise. Your mom used to work for the CIA. You can't tell a soul. Your mom will get in so much trouble. I promise. I kept that secret for 6 years. Do you understand how hard it is to keep a secret for 6 years? Mama didn't raise no snitch. Okay, 6 years later, it comes up in conversation. Mom's talking about some ice cream job she used to have. I go, Mom, it's okay. I know. I've always known. She goes, what are you talking about? Mom, Dad told me you used to work for the CIA. I know. I haven't told anyone. What the are you talking about? Dad told me. It's okay. God's sake, why does our daughter think I used to work in the CIA? It's a joke, because you knew everything. Get it?
You gotta be a special kind of dumbass to wait until 4 days before Christmas to get your shopping done. Like, you've had all year to prepare and be ready for this time. But you want to wait until 4 days before Christmas to worry about it. Anyways, I'm about to go to Walmart, see what they got left. I'm afraid my children might be opening a bunch of produce and toiletries.
And then the draft came along in 1965, the first free agent draft. nobody even knew what the draft was going to be like. In fact, the Reds knew nothing about me. Some people in a bar were talking one night and asked the minor league coordinator what he thought about this kid Bench. And he said, we're not that high on him. And then he walked out the door and said, who are they talking about? Who's Bench? And they saw me play 2 games, loved the way I threw, and they drafted me in the 2nd round. And here I was, I guess, on my way.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Michael Harris II will lead us off. First pitch on the way. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Matsui, his 8th pitch of the afternoon. Kicks and fires. Harris shows bunt. Did he go around? They check down the line to third base umpire Paul Clemens. He says no dice, 1-1. Really haven't heard much from the first and third base umpires today, relatively in an early ball game. 1-1, 92. Just grabbed the bottom corner. 1-2 to Michael Harris. Harris is going to use his timeout real quick. That might be a makeup call for the last pitch. The 1-2. Harris in his bright green gloves and green cleats. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Sweeper got him. One away. 1 down. Found it interesting. So they showed the statistics of the ABS that they were experimenting with in the spring, which for folks who aren't paying attention to it, it's essentially the robo-ump where you can challenge a ball or a strike. The first pitch on the way misses well up top to Drake Baldwin. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. Surprised by the numbers. The 1-0. 93 right down the paint. It's 1-1. It ended up being like a 52-48 split on whether a pitch was overturned or not. In favor of the overturn, but barely, is the 1-1. Misses inside. 2-1. Of course, it'll be interesting to see when they actually put that in play. 2-1 count. Baldwin digs in. Here's the pitch. High and out of the zone, 3-1. Drake Baldwin is 0 for 1 on the day, but he did draw a walk, and that's what he's known for. He's known to really eat pitches, give you a real professional at bat, something we're not used to seeing in Braves country. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, slices it foul. We've had so many guys that over the last few years that are early pitch sluggers. It's going to be kind of refreshing to see someone who actually tries to work his way aboard and get his pitch, and he pretty much hits for a high average every step of the way. The 3-2 pitch, slice foul back out of play. We'll do it again. If y'all missed the early part of the game, the pregame show, we did it at noon. We replayed it before the game. Anthopoulos basically said that it's Drake Baldwin's job to lose when Murphy comes back as a everyday player. The 3-2 pitch, that ball swung on and lit back deep against the track. Jumping at the wall and making an unbelievable catch is Jackson Merrill. That is the second home run they've stolen from us today. 2 down. That was dead center field. And Drake Baldwin went dead red. If he's not standing back there, that ball makes it over the wall. If it weren't for the 2 leaping catches by right field and left field of the Padres, the Braves would have a 5-run lead right now. But instead, it's just 4-3. Orlando Arcia, the batter. First pitch on the way. chops the splitter off the plate. It's 0-1. This is unbelievable. And it looks like that the wind is now blowing out. For those of y'all who are just listening on radio, it's not an exaggeration. Both of those balls, the one by Ozzie and the one by Drake there, would have left the building. The 0-1 is fouled in the seats. 0-2. The wind's kind of whipping around now. It looks like it's now blowing in. That's what it was showing at the beginning of the game. 0-2 count. Braves lead it 4-3. You wonder if the wind may have played a part in that as it swirls around. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Arcia chased one nowhere near the zone. That'll end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 5th, clinging to a 1-run game here in Braves country.
I've seen a lot of people out there getting pretty upset lately. Getting mad. They're saying things are getting canceled, and they're getting real mad about it. And I think getting mad's the wrong way to go about it. I think we need to seize the opportunity, get rid of some other stuff. And that's why today I'm going to share with you my list of things I think we should cancel. Turkey bacon, electric weed whackers, shoelaces, following words, fam, woke, and the phrase lit, specialized license plates. Nobody understands it. The New York Yankees, fruit striped gum. Listen here, fruit striped gum. You've had your chance. You've had decades to get it right. Make the flavor last longer than 4 seconds or you're out of here. Jeeps with a truck bed. And finally, being a butthole.
Hi, y'all. It's time for Appalachian Word of the Day. The word of the day is disease. Disease pants make my butt look big.
In the spring of 1965, the world began discovering what everyone in Bangor, Oklahoma had known from the start. Johnny Bench could play baseball, and the excitement only grew during minor league stops in Florida, the Carolinas, and Buffalo, New York.
We hear about.
Here could be the future superstar of the National League.
Hey, the Reds got this stud. He was ballyhooed as can't miss, can't miss, can't miss.
He's young, can hit.
Bench does have powers.
And great behind the plate.
He has this great arm.
We heard about the arm. We really heard a lot about the arm.
The finest arm of any catcher I have ever seen.
You don't hear many stories about a catcher that's got a gun. It got to Cincinnati before John did.
And he got there quickly. In August of 1967, Bench got the call. He was just 19 years old, and the Reds were making him their starting catcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. First pitch on the way is a just below the knees on the outer edge to Fernando Tatis. It's 1-0. The 1-0. You go around, they're going to check down the line. As the pitch missed a little high, he did not. 2-0. Two-0 count. Lefty, righty. Here's the pitch. 94. Sinker up top. 2-1. Braves 4, Padres 3. The 2-1 to Tatis. Swing, and that ball's belted. That ball's gone. We got a tie ball game. No, I'm sorry. That ball is going to go off the wall. I thought that ball was getting out of here. It got to the bottom, and Tatis thought it was out too, and he barely gets back to first base as he was taking a long turn around the base. The throw came back in. Good defensive play by Profar. That ball was pelted against the wall, smoked, and by the time he picked up the pace, he almost got himself thrown out. Hit the very top of the wall, and they've got a short wall here in San Diego, especially in left field. That ball was smoked, and Sale thought it was out too. He was smacking his glove. He's had some sliders that have just hung there on these right-handed pitchers. Right-handed hitters, excuse me. I can't wait to see the data on this after the game, because the exit velocity on some of these games is the pitch on the way. It's going to be a drag bunt, flips it over to first. Busting it down the line is Arias. He barely was thrown out. Sale kind of threw a high throw to Olsen covering the first base bag, and Arias was scooting down the line on a drag bunt. Sale almost cost himself the out because he checked Tatis at second base. And when he turned to throw, it was kind of a high, wide throw. Thankfully, Arias and Olsen did not have a collision because that was dangerous. First pitch on the way to Machado is a swing and miss strike at the slider. It's 0-1. It's definitely very obvious that Sale is not in midseason form yet. He's trying to fight his way through this first start, trying to give the Braves some innings. His 78th pitch of the day, the 0-1. Runner goes, throws it down to third, and he's going to beat that with ease. Huge jump by Tatis once again. And he's getting a running jump over there. I don't even think, no, Sale didn't even look him back the entire pitch. Needs to watch out because he might try to steal home. So an 0-2 count. I'm sure Baldwin's putting that on himself, but it really is not Baldwin's fault. You have no shot when the guy gets that big of a jump. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Pulled the string on that slider. Down and away, 2 down. Good pitch by Sale. See if he can get out of this. Remember the last time we were in this predicament in the first inning, he had runners on second and third and 2 outs. And it was Jackson Merrill that just kind of stuck the bat head out on a slider to dink it into center field for 2 runs. He's got a huge lead. I am not kidding. We were just talking about it as the first pitch on the way is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Baldwin jumps up and looks down the line. Fernando Tatis is playfully jogging down the line, and he had a lead almost parallel with Sale when he turned around. The 0-1. I'm going to change the view for y'all so y'all can see this. Down and away. See, there we go. So a 1-1 count. You can see Tatis bouncing back and forth at third. Braves 4, Padres 2, bottom of the 5th. Sale steps off the rubber, looks back Tatis. But Tatis doesn't even head back to third because Riley is playing so deep. There's no one to throw to. So you're kind of in a conundrum there. 1-1. Right there at the knees, 1-2. Baldwin, he's thinking about timing it up where he can take off on one of those slow sliders and maybe get in before the strike. 1-2 to Bogarts. Swing, just got a piece of that. Bounces it back foul. So a 1-2 count. See how far Riley's off the bag there. Braves are concerned about getting the out, and rightfully so. But if Tatis sneaks his way through the back door, the game is tied. The 1-2. The conductor. Swing and a miss, strike three. He got him. Wow. Great job of getting out of that mess. We'll be back in a flash. The conductor rolling. All aboard. Whoa, whoa. Chicka, 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 chicka. Whoa, whoa.
There's a special place in hell for the person who decided to reduce the output speed at gas pumps and install advertisements there, particularly where winter happens. Go yourself.
Wait, listen, just listen. I have to have at least $36 to get refills, drinks.
Okay, how many hours you need to work to make that?
Wait, I know what to do.
Don't forget, bring extra funds just in case she wants something special. Maybe she'll want to play a game when she gets there. Might want an animal or something.
Oh my god, how much are games? Okay. So I did the math here. I have 5 days. And I have to work 3 hours each day to get $7. 3 times 7 is 21. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Just realized something. I told her that we could go to the calf cream after the movie.
How you gonna pay for ice cream?
You're so dumb.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina are one of the most iconic pitcher-catcher duos in history. Together, they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
Over 400 feet away. I knew Bench was strong, but I didn't know he was that strong.
The first time I remember seeing Johnny Bench, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, recognized as the next Roy Campanella, Yogi Berra, maybe better than.
After his call-up in late '67, Bench was the preseason favorite to be named Rookie of the Year in '68. But he wouldn't just win the award. He was so good that he began redefining what a catcher could be.
Golden Glove play behind the plate with the opportunity to hit 40 home runs. Not many catchers none of them could do what he did.
Welcome back. Kid Kelnick, your batter, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is a 92-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Matsui's still back out there trying to eat some innings with Matsui. So far, so good for the left-hander for the Padres. He's gone 1 1/3, giving up no runs and struck out 2. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. Been told we're going to cut off the voting at the beginning of the 7th inning stretch so we can calculate what the new nickname is. I didn't realize it was so close. I just looked at it. Appreciate a bunch of y'all voting today. The 2-0 swing, that ball's lifted high into center field. Just got underneath that one for a high pop fly out to center to Jackson Merrill, 1 away. 1 down, and the top of the order will flip over, and they're going to go get Matsui. And I would assume a right-hander's coming on with Profar, Riley. If anybody can get on, the Ice House. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves Country.
I know I don't wipe my ass and it stinks when I walk past you in public, but there is no reason for you guys to be making...
Oh! We need to talk to you, huh? Are you guys gangsters? Shut up!
Listen, rumor has it that somebody that works at this bar found a certain something that belongs to us.
A certain something which may or may not have fallen off a certain truck, huh?
And a certain somebody that we know thinks they saw that certain someone pick it up and take it back to that certain bar, which may or may not be the place that we happen to be or not be. And I got bish, huh?
Fellas, we're about 6 beers deep, so I think you're going to have to be a little bit more clear, because I didn't get that last part. I missed out on the whole thing, to be honest with you. I was very confused by the whole thing.
Now, what age does eating dinner at 4 and going to bingo considered a cool night out? Because I'm ready.
Do you guys remember when all the celebrities were getting their energy by putting their barracuda and butt in the sunlight? Am I the only one? Do you remember, like, Shailene Woodley was like, coffee? No, thank you. I get all of my energy by charging my butthole in the sunshine. So, you guys remember that? That was a weird time. That was weird.
You know, there's this mantra that you never have to buy a beer ever if you win a championship in Philadelphia. If you're a manager or a coach or a player, I think Mike probably felt a lot better about himself and his space in Philadelphia and what he meant to the city. You know, it wasn't like he was going to stop playing.
Every baseball player that puts a uniform on wants to have a World Series ring. And I guess once you get that first one, that's what we're here for now, is to try and get that second one.
Mike Schmidt, his 9th home run of the year.
Welcome back. Jerickson Profar comes to the plate. Profar Pro Good. He's 1 for 3 today. First pitch on the way, 99. Estrada bringing it. P at the knees. It's a 1. Man, that was a blistering fastball. Last guy he saw at the plate, Profar was throwing just lobs and taters. The 0-1. Swing and a miss right in his kitchen. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. It's got to be. Can you imagine the last guy you saw was throwing top end around low 80s, and this guy's bringing it triple digits. The 0-2 misses high. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Braves 4, Padres 3, opening day action here in Major League Baseball. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a bit. The 1-2 pitch misses high, 2-2. That one was 100 miles an hour. 2-2 count, 1 down, Braves lead it. Trying to tack on some more. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! That ball's rattled foul off the mask of Diaz. That'll wake you up. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this. Yankees lead the Brewers 4-1 there in the 9th. Blue Jays and Orioles, Baltimore all over Toronto, 12-2 in the 8th. Phillies lead the Nats 2-1 in the 8th. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, check swing. Just got a piece of that one to stay alive. 99 miles an hour. We'll do it again. Pirates 4-2 over the Marlins in the 6th. Reds 3-2 over the Giants in the 8th. White Sox break up the White Sox. They're up 3-0 over the Angels in the 8th. The 2-2 count. Comes set and brings it. Swing and a miss, 98 miles an hour, up around his eyeballs. 2 away. 2 down. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. He's really trying to get folks to chase that high fastball. You got to figure if you get underneath it, it's going to be a problem. First pitch on the way to Riley. Swung on, pops it up. Speak of the devil. That is a can of corn. And coming down, making the catches, Estrada, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 6th we go here in Braves country, clinging to a 1-run lead.
I'm just sitting here in a parking lot of a shopping center. I'm screwed. Every year, my wife will say something like, hey, for this year's gift, I decided to get you baseball tickets to see your team. And the stadium is located near this restaurant that you love. And I remember that you love that restaurant because you told me about it 8.5 years ago. So I made a reservation there so we can eat there before the game. And I took the tickets and I wrapped them in a t-shirt from a clothing brand that you love. And the t-shirt is in the color blue because I know that's one of your favorite colors. I hope you enjoy your gift. And then it's my turn. And I'm like, I got you a hat. My wife is an elf, and I'm so bad at this.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Josh Hader traded to the Padres for Taylor Rogers, with Hader leading the league with 29 saves and Rogers being right behind him with 28. It's the first time in MLB history that 2 teams have traded closers with the 2 highest amount of saves. Walter Alston was the Dodgers manager from 1954 to 1976, winning 4 championships in that span. In the years that he was a manager, he never signed a multi-year contract and instead signed 23 consecutive one-year deals.
Everything he did seemed different.
Johnny made one-hand catching the thing. You know, most guys that came up in the 50s, 60s, there were two-handed catchers.
I broke my thumb twice, 1966. Then I broke it again at the end of 1967. And I said, this is stupid. That's when I started to become a one-handed catcher.
I keep my throwing hand away from the flight of the ball and where foul tips might be able to hit it.
He was a different animal when it comes to being a catcher in the big leagues.
It all came so fast, but even with the instant success, it still felt like Johnny Bench was just getting started.
You could see it coming. It was something that you felt you saw and you knew that this guy was going to get better and better and better.
You know, a lot of guys want to play, whatever the sport is. Bench didn't want to play. He wanted to win.
Welcome back. Dylan Lee set to take on Jackson Merrill. The first pitch on the way is chopped foul down the line. First base side, it's 0-1. That'll close the books on Chris Sale. Will do his numbers here in a second. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. Chopped over towards second. Ozzy's got it. He'll flip it to first. One up, one down. Start the sixth. Chris Sale, not too shabby of a first outing. He definitely fought through some location issues, but he goes 5 innings as the first pitch on the way is rattled back foul. It's 0-1. 6 hits, 3 earned runs, and a walk. He struck out 7. I believe we talked about it at the opening. I believe his over-under was 5.5. The 0-1 down and in 1. So a 1-1 count. Dylan Lee on in the 6th is kind of telling where the Braves are. 1-1. Down and into 2-1. And we may not want to hear it, but that sounds like to me that if it's close late, you're going to get Aaron Bummer as your left-handed specialist. 2-1 right there, first strike, 2-2. I can't say that I agree with that, but we'll just see how it plays out. I think Aaron Bummer much better in the middle innings, and Dylan Lee's always pitched well in the 7th and 8th. The 2-2, swing, pops it up. High in the sky, can of corn, who wants it? Arcia makes the fair catch around the 45-yard line, 2 away. Now, in this particular game, they may not be planning on going with another left-hander, so he might be the high leverage. You obviously have the entire bullpen at your disposal. I'll be interested to see where Hector Neris and Daysville Hernandez play out. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth. Left-handed back takes the high pitch in the zone. Out of the zone, it's 1-0. You look at the San Diego Padres lineup. 1-0, pops it up. Coming in, rushing in from right field. Here comes the running catch. Making it with the silver glove is Kid Kelnick, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, and it only took him a handful of pitches to do it. Dylan Lee, come on now. He's better than the 6th inning, Snicker.
I just had to leave Walmart, come back out here in my car, because I ain't dealing with that. I mean, I understand slow, and I understand aggravated, but being drunk, too, I mean, they got to work on these cashiers, man. This is the last time I'm using self-checkout.
What is your favorite American expression?
August, in Kansas City, it's hotter than 2 rats in the wolf sock.
On August 24th, 1919, Ray Caldwell pitched in his first game as a Cleveland Indian against the Philadelphia Athletics. And Caldwell was pitching a great game, going into the 9th inning having only given up 1 run. However, needing just 1 more out to complete the game, Caldwell was struck by lightning. And not just him, the catcher, umpire, and shortstop also reported shocks. Caldwell went down to the ground and stayed unconscious for apparently 5 minutes. But after those 5 minutes, Caldwell stood up seemingly okay. Caldwell stayed in and finished the complete game. He did not suffer any major effects from the lightning, and in fact went on to pitch a no-hitter about 2 weeks later.
I guess they're heavily addicted to marijuana. I started like breaking into houses and stealing and ripping my mom and my granny and all my family off. And like that marijuana hit me hard, and it didn't help with my meth addiction either.
When the Reds hired Sparky Anderson as their manager in 1970, Bench got his wish.
Let me tell you something. I'm not blowing you out. I'm not second guessing.
What do you want? Sparky came out of nowhere. Nobody knew who Sparky was. You know, Sparky had to prove himself.
Sparky's strategy was simple: ride his star catcher as far as he could.
Well, damn, Sparky had to kiss his ass every once in a while for how good he was.
There were times when Sparky, I'd say, you know, Sparky, come on. Am I ever going to get a day off? And he said, let me tell you, if we're behind, I'm going to catch you to catch up. If we're tied, I'm going to catch you to get ahead. If we're ahead, catch you to stay ahead. I said, I'm not getting any days off, am I? He said, no.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See you off the ballpark.
Welcome back. All right, we got the scoreboard straightened out. I was looking over, I was like, what are y'all talking about? First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike by Olsen and 0-1, because I don't see what y'all see. I'm looking on the back end, and I don't have my normal helper. As the 0-1 pitch to Olsen is swung on and fouled back, it's 0-2. And this is the score. Long story short, we only have a handful of these screens that we use. So we had edited during football season, and that's why it was slid over like that. And I remember writing down at the time, we need to fix that before the baseball season started, but the 0-2 misses high, 1-2. Estrada's still in there. But we were doing these games for spring training. We did not have this live action. We weren't using that when we were using the other scoreboard because it wasn't available. The 1-2 misses high, 2-2. Not too bad though. We got it by the 7th inning. I can't believe I didn't see that the entire time. Finally, someone put it in big letters. I was like, what are they talking about? I can see that. The 2-2. Misses high, 3-2. If you really want to catch my attention on that on the capital letters, put like asterisks, like a bunch of asterisks and stuff as well, because a lot of that stuff's just scrolling past me so fast I don't see it. The payoff pitch to Olsen. Estrada brings it. Swing, fouls it back. He's still trying to get those batters to pop him up. He has got some gas. Left-hander Peralta is warming up. They've got a fiery bullpen. The 3-2. Misses high, ball 4. Great at bat by Matt Olsen. He'll head on down to first. Wow. That was a very good at bat. I did not think that was going to turn out that way. Runner on first, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. He is 1 for 1 with 2 walks. First pitch on the way to Marcell is a slider down and away. It's 1-0. One thing Estrada knows is that Marcell will take a high fastball deep. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this. If they just try to get him to swing out of the zone. But if he misses his spot, the 1-0, misses high, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Shouldn't have any issues with that going forward because, like I said, we'll keep this template is what they call it. We'll keep this template locked in place the rest of the year. The 2-0 pitch brings it outside wide, 3-0. So a 3-0 count. One of my puppies just came around the corner, wants to know what all the hubbub is. Braves 4, Padres 3, top of the 7th inning. The 3-0, fastball up top, 3-1. Good take by Marcell. You swing at that, you're probably going to pop it up in the sky. Just saw a highlight over there. That Pena, the shortstop for the Astros, he just made an incredible leaping grab. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, fouls it back. 97 miles an hour, full count. Full count. Ozuna comes set. Digging in as Estrada delivers. Swing, lifts it high into right field. Coming over is Tatis. He's fighting the sun, but he will make the catch. One away. Good to see you, Keith. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. He is 1 for 3, but if you didn't catch the beginning of this game, he ought to be 2 for 3 with 2 home runs, not just 1. First pitch on the way is a splitter. Grabs the edge on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, open stance from the left side for the Wiz. The 0-1. Swing, fouls it back. 1-2. No 2 count. Olsen on first. Padres are playing the infield back into the right, trying to set up the double play. Huge hole down the third base line. The 0-2. Outside wide, 1-2. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. If he can keep the line moving, it'll be Drake. The left-hander is warming up in the pen, so we would probably see him if Ozzie gets anything going here. The 1-2 swing, pops it up high in the sky. Drifting over in the left field, making the catch is Lockridge. 2 down. 2 down, and Harris will be the batter. And yep, Schilt's going to go grab Estrada off the mound and head to the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves lead it by 1. We're still a long way to go in this one. On this date, 1902. Chicago Daily News headline reads, manager of the Cubs is in doubt only on 2 positions, marking the first time the team's nickname has appeared in print. Although the moniker had existed since 1890, Chicago was known as the Orphans, as well as the Colts and the White Stockings. They will not officially adopt the Cubs as their new name until 1907. On this date, 1981, Boston's Gold Glove catcher Carlton Fisk is declared a free agent by Major League Baseball. Much to the chagrin of the Fenway faithful, the 33-year-old backstop can now negotiate with other teams for his services. This loophole was because he received his contract from the Boston Red Sox 2 days after the deadline. And on this date in 2008, at the start of spring training, Hideki Matsui, planning to wed in a few weeks, a fact unknown to the Bronx Bombers, makes a wager with some of his teammates about who would be the first to get married. A surprised Derek Jeter and Bobby Abreu agree to pay off Godzilla after learning the Yankee slugger pulled a fast one on them by getting hitched in New York on the club's off day. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Welcome back. The Royals are wearing, I'm calling it the 80s blue uniforms, top to bottom, baby blue. They look sharp. First pitch on the way from Michael Harris, excuse me. Is swung on and chopped over, stepped on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Harris is done. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves Country.
Let me hear you. A one, a two, a three. Me out to the ball game. Hey, me out to the night. Find me something of Cracker Jack.
Welcome back. Four to 3 your score. We head to the bottom of the seventh inning. Bottom of the seventh, and Hector Neris will be the pitcher. The right-hander coming in. Neris. You should recognize Hector Neris. He's been with the Phillies. He's been with the Mets. Been in the National League predominantly his entire career. He can throw mid-90s. Braves got him on a good, cheap deal. We're just hoping he's got a little left in that tank. As we begin the bottom of the seventh inning, Hector Neris, the right-hander, stands and delivers. First pitch on the way is a bender. Down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses outside. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Gavin Sheets is the pinch hitter. It is not Lockridge as they have on your screen. The 2-0 right there, first strike, 2-1. If you have this synced up with video at home on the Braves broadcast, it is not Lockridge, it's Sheets. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is pelted down the right field line, but foul. Got around on that one. Kansas City has come back to tie Cleveland. They are tied 4-4 in the bottom of the ninth. Kansas City is batting with the runner in scoring position. The 2-2. Splitter misses down and away. Full count. I'm telling you, the Braves need to bring back their 80s baby blues. It's a sharp-looking uniform. The full count, swing, slices it foul, just got a piece of it. We'll do it again. So we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger on the poll. Anybody who wants to vote last minute. It's really down to Ribby and Dinger. 3-2 pitch, swung on and lifted. High and deep into center field. Going back on the track. Harris jumps. He cannot make the catch, and it is going to be a tie ball game. Michael Harris tried to rob a home run like a couple of the outfielders there for the Padres, but he could not get enough ups. And it's a tie game here in San Diego. Man, oh man alive. He got back there on the wall. Kind of a poorly timed jump, but I don't think he would have had it anyways looking at the replay. He would have had to scale the wall. He was trying to do a flat-footed jump with his back to the wall, and he just did not get enough height. First pitch on the way is a slider for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. So it looks like Ribby's going to win it. We're going to go ahead and call it. It's a close one. We might come up with a second one. If we have a second mascot of some sort or whatnot down the road, Dinger will definitely be the leader in the clubhouse. Aaron Bummer is warming up in the pen. The Padres have just tied it. It is 4-4. The 0-1. Chop foul of his instep. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Neris steps off the rubber for a second. I'm sure Harris is going to feel bad he didn't make that catch, but that was going to be a tough catch. He was going to have to scale the wall like Spider-Man and then backhand it as the beach ball ended up in the field of play. Harris is flipping it over the center field wall. That's obviously much more on Hector Neris than Michael Harris. You have to make that decision on the fly. The 0-2, chop foul, do it again. But I think we've just come to expect him to make those kinds of plays because of what he's done in the past. Showing another replay. Yeah, there's no way he was going to flat foot catch that. It well went over his glove. He was going to have to scale the wall. The 0-2. Check swing. Did he go around? Looked like he did. He did not, says first base umpire Quinn Walcott. Same two teams are at it tomorrow. 9:40 first pitch. That's Eastern Standard Time. Or Eastern Daylight, I guess. We'll come on the air about 9 o'clock, get you ready for first pitch. The 1-2, swing! That ball's rifled into left field, past the outstretched glove of Orlando Arcia. That ball was scalded off the bat. Diaz is on. His second hit of the day. One on, nobody out. In the top of the order, Fernando Tatis to the plate. First pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Tatis 2 for 3. 2 singles, a run scored, 2 stolen bases. Both of the stolen bases he has stolen third. The 1-0. Swung on and rifled foul down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is just foul. We've seen Neris quite a few times. And the last few years, he can get gotten. The 1-1, down and away 2-1. And the Braves themselves have run him out a few times in the last few years. So I was a little surprised when they did sign him this year. Not because he wasn't good at one point in his career, because he was a really good reliever. But he's been not exactly a back of the bullpen guy over the last few years. 2-1 count. Neris comes set. Pitches in the dirt. 3-1. So now he's really worked himself into a mess. He's given up the leadoff home run. There's a runner on first. Nobody out. He's got a 3-1 count on Tatis. Arias stands on deck. The 3-1. Swing. Chops it off his instep. Sinker. Just got underneath his hands. Full count. So a full count. Jason Hayward is now on to run for the catcher Diaz. Yes, that Jason Hayward. As Neris flips it over to first to keep Hayward close by. Braves 4, Padres 4, bottom of the 7th. Neris flips it over to first to keep Hayward close by. The 3-2 pitch. Swing. That ball is going to get rifled into center field. Through for a base hit, and Hayward, the go-ahead run, is now standing on third. If Ozzie is where a second baseman normally would be standing in that position and not running towards the base, he was drifting towards second because Hayward was taking off, and he had no way of stopping his momentum. The ball went right by him. And that's going to be it for Neris. So 3 batters. He gives up a run. He's on the hook for the 2 who are on the pond right now. We'll be back in a flash. Braves 4-4, trying to keep it right there.
I feel like women who are gluten-free should have a hall pass on having to deal with boys' bad behavior. Like, we've already had our pasta taken from us. Our bread tastes like unhappiness and has the texture of kinetic sand. So if you get to play with us, swipe left, because we've already been through enough hard times.
Happy Festivus.
What's Festivus?
When George was growing up, his father...
Nothing. It's nothing. It's a stupid holiday my father invented. It doesn't exist.
Happy Festivus, Georgie.
So you can take my glasses off my face to see if I can see without them. But if I flip a out a wheelchair to see if he can move without it, now y'all want to cancel me. Now I'm in the wrong.
Out of all races, what would you say is your least favorite race?
The one where you got to chase a toddler around the house to put his clothes back on because he took it off after you already dressed him, and he's making you late for work, that little f***er.
Hey y'all, it's time for Appalachian Word of the Day. The word of the day is Odyssey. Hey honey, you better come out here quick. You ought to see this deer in our yard.
The Reds were the powerhouse of the NL in 1970.
We were 70-30 after 100 games.
And they got the nickname to match.
We were so good in '70, we became the Big Red Machine.
The Big Red Machine.
That Big Red Machine, which has been rattling and rumbling along.
And Johnny was the key part.
He was magnificent.
This could be my best year ever. Who knows? I'm quite pleased with the way things have gone, and especially when you're in first place.
I had 4 ways to have a good game. I had to call a great game.
Johnny was very intelligent. Ain't nobody sitting in that dugout telling Johnny Bench what to call.
I could throw runners out.
It would have been interesting to be a Reds pitcher because you better get your ass out of the way.
I could block home plate.
Forget it. We know that guy going to be out.
And I could get hits.
I remember facing him at Crossley Field, and he hit a rocket against that scoreboard. I thought he was going to knock it down because there was continual noises after it hit.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio. Aaron Bummer on. First pitch on the way from Bummer. This is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. Luis Arias, about the best in the business, just getting a slap hit. That's what he's trying to do here. The 1-0. Up top for a strike, 1-1. 1-1 count. We're going to change the view so you can see what's going on in the field right now. Bummer flips it over to first to keep Tatis close by. Tatis would love to swipe second and break up the double play. Possibility. Kicks and deals. 1-1. Called for a high strike. We'll take it 1-2. 1-2 count. On deck is Machado, but remember, Bummer is very efficient against right-handed batters. The 1-2 in the dirt. And Tatis takes off, and he will have second base with ease. So now you got a 2-2 count. It's funny, Arias at first was telling Tatis to stay. Tatis didn't listen to him. He took off like a bat out of hell and had second base with ease. The 2-2 from Bummer. Swing, that ball's belted down the right field side. Should stay in play. That's going to be an easy run as Hayward will jog home. And it's 5-4 San Diego. Tatis goes from second to third. One on, one out. Machado will be the batter. You wonder if they may walk him to try to set up the double play. Braves infield is in right now, and they are not planning on walking him. First pitch on the way is 92. Right under the hands for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty, righty. The 0-1. Swung on. Chopped foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Both runs that have scored this inning will be charged to Neris as well as the runner at third if he crosses. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. Braves infield drawn in. The 1-2. Did he go around? Ball in the dirt. They're going to check down the first base line. He did not. Says first base umpire Quinn Walcott. Two and 2. 2-2 count. Brings it. That ball almost gets him in the foot. 3-2. 3-2 count. Runner at third. One out. Payoff pitch. Swing. Slices that foul down over the first base side. We'll do it again. Red Sox beat the Rangers 5-2 earlier. Phillies and Nats are tied at 3 in the ninth. Bummer steps off the mound for a second. Astros lead the Mets 3-0 in the ninth. Payoff pitch. Swing, rips that down the third base line. That ball is fair. It's going to be 1 run. Tatis will easily make it to second. Profar fires it into the infield, and it's an RBI double for Machado. Braves have gotten only 1 out here in the 7th inning. That'll clear the books on Neris. Neris charged with all 3 runs there. He did not record an out, so he'll have an INF standing for infinity next to his ERA until he records an out this year. But it's not looking good. At first inning he gets, he'll have a 27 ERA. The pitch is on the way. Machado's taken off down to third, and the throw comes down there, and it is a close call. They're going to call him safe. Machado and Riley both are questioning the call. Wonder if they may. Runner at first headed to second as well, so it's a double steal. Looking at the throw beat him. But Riley might have missed the tag. He came off the base, but he didn't hold the tag. I'll tell you what. The 1-0 is a swing and miss, 1-1. It's not going to matter now. But if you look at when he came off the bag, it looked like Riley tagged him on the backhand before the lead hand grabbed the base again. I'd like to see a different look at that. The 1-1 swung on and lifted. That should be another run maybe. Here comes Kid Kelenic charging the ball. He'll fire it into home plate, and it is a slow throw dribbling up towards home plate, and the Padres lead at 7-4. Not a good throw at all by Kelenic. And we've seen him throw some lasers. That ball must have bounced about 9 times before it got home. Take another look and see what happened there. That's a terrible throw. If that throw is a 1 or 2 hopper, Machado's out by a mile. So Braves trail 7-4. First pitch on the way is inside to Gurriel. It's 1-0. Runner at third, 2 outs. Down and in, 2-0. 2-0 count. Braves 4, Padres 7. Here's the pitch. Right there for a strike, 2-1. Seven to 4 your score. Baldwin, Arcia, and Kelenic will be due up the 2-1. That ball's fisted over to short. Arcia's got it, flips it over to first. That'll end the inning, but not before the Padres put 4 on the board. When we come back, we'll see if we can answer in this seesaw affair out west on opening day.
Better not get drunk tonight and get political at my company Christmas party.
Hi, y'all. It's again time for Appalachian Word of the Day. The word of the day is enema. I can't stand when people keep sticking their nose all enema business.
Hey, I think they should change the name of urgent care to something else because there's nothing urgent about that place and they do not care.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, where tonight the Montreal Expos open up a 3-game series with the Atlanta Braves. I'm Pete Van Weren, along with Don Sutton, welcoming you to Atlanta. The Braves have been in first place since day 1 of the season. Tonight, that's at stake. They're only a half game up on some very familiar friends, the Montreal Expos, Don.
Kind of like a family reunion when they come into town. The Braves see them every day in spring training. Played them 6 times this spring, beating them enough to win the Mayor's Trophy, but unfortunately they won't let that count during the season.
The Reds won the National League pennant in 1970, and Bench led the majors with 45 home runs and 148 RBI. An easy pick as the league's most valuable player. He was 22 years old, not even 5 years out of high school in Oklahoma, and he was one of the biggest sports stars in America.
1970, I'm MVP. My classmate in Binger, she calls and says, well, you know it is our 5-year class reunion. And she said, we'd also like to have a parade and honor you. So, wow. And they got the trailers and they got them in there. Congratulations, Johnny MVP. And here they are, we're all lined up. Didn't have a band, but we, band in Binger. So here we go uptown and nobody's there. Everybody is in the parade, except for 3 drunks who came out of Mike's bar and they say, you're the man, Johnny. And we made a U-turn at the police station and we waved at each other as we went back by, as we passed by each other. And that was our parade.
Welcome back. Braves trail 7-4. Jason Adam will come on. Ex-Tampa Bay Ray. First pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. To Drake Baldwin, it's 1-0. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss. 1-1. 1-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Swing! Fouls it down the line. Out of play, 1-2. Braves will have Drake Baldwin, Orlando Arce, and Kid Kelnick due up. See if they may pinch hit. The 1-2. Swing, just got a piece of that. Baldwin sticking the bat head out there just to keep himself alive. So far, so good. I'm impressed with Drake Baldwin. I know he's 0 for 2, but he did draw the walk, and all of his at-bats have just been impressive for such a young kid. The 1-2. Swing, that ball's bounced foul between first and the dugout. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow. Tomorrow night, it'll be Ronaldo Lopez versus Dylan Cease. The 1-2. Swing, lifted, into center field, drifting over, making the catch, is Merrill, 1 away. One down. Lando Arce, the batter, he's 1 for 3 on the day. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by him. It's 0-1. Now we're in the weird part of the day where the shadows are going to play games in between home plate and the pitcher's mound. Adam is in the shadows and Arcia is in the bright sunshine. The 0-1 swung on and lifted into right field. Lazy fly ball, easy catch by Tatis. 2 down. Two away. Jared Kelnick, the batter. Kelnick with the sun right in his face from the left-hand side of the plate. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. It is 4 o'clock local time just about out in San Diego. They don't play a lot of games at this time, and man, those shadows are brutal right now. The 0-1, down and in. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-1. Braves and Padres Saturday night, 7:15 first pitch. The 2-1 outside wide, 3-1. That'll be Schwellenbach on the mound. They have not named a pitcher for the Padres. And on Sunday night, it'll be A.J. Smith-Shawver against Pivetta. The 3-1 pitch drops a slider in there just below the hands, 3-2. If Kelenic can get on, Profar's on deck, Riley in the hole. The 3-2 swing chops it towards the first base dugout, where the Padres call home. Bad news is the good guys are losing 7-4. The good news is the Astros beat the Mets 3-1. The 3-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Adam. That had to have been brutal to pick that up with those shadows. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
When you see two crackheads fall in love, aw, just look at them, solid as a rock.
Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Hi, I'm Johnny Bench. Of course I love to play baseball. That's why I chose the profession. Baseball is a great career.
As Johnny Bench got set for his 5th full season in the big leagues, he was one of the faces of baseball, a star who blended brilliance with dependability.
Once again, it's Johnny Bench.
In talking about Johnny Bench, he posted every day he went to the clubhouse. Posted his name, I am ready to play. That was what Johnny Bench stood for.
He was one of those guys you could count on for 4 at-bats a day. He didn't like to rest.
Paul Bunyan. I kept looking around for the Blue Ox.
The rock-ribbed figure of Johnny Bench.
His hands are bigger than his mitt. Somebody told me that he can hold 7 baseballs.
Johnny will stop because if you're going to score the run, he will stop you.
You're actually blocking the plate from the runner coming in, trying to score. And when you get those big, strong guys that weigh 220 to 230, and they come barreling around third base, and sometimes you have second thoughts. You have to be able to prevent that runner from reaching home base because it means a game to you, and that's what you're trying to do is win.
Well, what else is there but smart and tough? Those are the 2 most important ingredients in life, and he had them.
Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. Welcome back. Well, this is interesting. Grant Holmes is going to come on. First pitch on the way from Holmes is 95 miles an hour right there for a strike. It's on 1. Holmes is set to pitch Monday. The 0-1 down and in. 0-2. Didn't expect him to come on today, but here we go.
I play real sports. I'm trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away, good pitch by Holmes. You know, in theory, this is just a toss day for him, and it's still very strange. You don't normally see the starting pitcher at the beginning of the season, starting pitcher in the starting 5 rotation, do a relief role. First pitch on the way to Maldonado. It's down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The 1-1 pitch. Bangs off the plate and rolls away 2-1. Infield is back into the left, the 2-1 pitch. Inside, 96 miles an hour, 2-2. Padres 7, Braves 4. The 2-2. Did he go around? He did strike 3. 2 away, Grant Holmes. Gets himself a strike on a curveball that's in the dirt and about a foot off the plate. Maldonado could not hold up. He was on for Lockridge. Jason Hayward, the batter, first pitch on the way, dribbled over to second. It's an easy 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Kenny Powers once again.
I play real sports. Not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Kenny Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
Somebody about to get dragged. We not going to sleep tonight, bitch. So FEMA has decided to just go ahead and confiscate everything that everybody's donating? What?
There is no bigger punk in media than Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan is a little. Jeff Passan wrote an article about Pete Rose, but it wasn't about Pete Rose dying. That said, well, Pete Rose has only himself to blame for his legacy. On the day the man died.
Hey, stupid. Hurricanes don't vote. Watching what's unfolded from this and how you guys have talked to each other through it is absolutely insane to me. Talking to your fellow Americans about how I'm glad it hit where it hit. I'm glad those people are hurting. Or alternatively, I wish it hit somewhere else so somebody else could be hurting. These are your neighbors. You guys are literally out here batting for a team where the coach doesn't even like you, in a stadium that you can't even buy nosebleed seats to go watch. I grew up in a country where Tim, Billy, Bob, Joe, and Xander with the purple hair may not have liked each other, but it wasn't just pure unadulterated hate. Hating somebody on the other side of the aisle is not a political stance, it's a chemical imbalance.
Bench's toughness made him seem almost indestructible, which made what came late in the 1972 season so stunning.
This was in August. We went in for our team physical. They got the x-rays and stuff, and a few days later they came back and said, we need to take another x-ray. And they said, we'd like to take what they call a graph x-ray. And I said, wait a minute, what's going on here? And they said, well, I can't say unless the doctor. I said, well, I'm not going back in unless you tell me. He said, well, we see a little shadow or spot on the lung, and we want to make sure. So they did another graph, and then sure enough, I had a spot on my lung.
More tests on the spot on his right lung followed, but the doctors couldn't make a diagnosis.
So now they don't know what to do, except they've got to go in there because I know it's about the size of a silver dollar, and it's on the interlobe of the right lung, and they've got to go get it.
I mean, you hear something like that, that's scary. You don't know what it is. I mean, is this a pimple or is this stage 4 cancer? You don't know.
Welcome back. Top of the ninth we go. Braves and Padres, 7-4. Suarez will be the closer for the Padres. We will have the top of the order due up, so I know a lot of people probably bailing to go watch college basketball, but it's not over yet. Jurickson Profar, 1 for 4 on the day, will lead us off. Man, those shadows are just absolutely brutal right now for the batter. Suarez is going to be standing right inside the shadows. Coming from the light fixtures. And the sun beating in on Profar. First pitch on the way. He's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 99 miles an hour. Just above the knees. 1-1. 1 Profar singled and scored a run. The 1-1. Lifted. Down left field line, fouling out of play, 1-2. One-two count. Jerickson Profar, 32-year-old, signed a 3-year deal with the Braves. The 1-2. You get a piece of that? It's like he just got a piece to stay alive. Maybe a stitch or two on that baseball to knock it down. He just got a piece of that. The 1-2. Swung on and chops it over towards the first base side. Foul. Just before the tarps down there. The 1-2 pitch. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Slice foul and out of play. Will do it once again. The 1-2. 99-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the outer edge and caught looking strike 3. Profar couldn't pull the trigger on that one. One away. Once again, the ball, and this is a new catcher with the ball's popping out of his glove again. That's at least the 4th drop ball we've seen by a Padres catcher today. 3 by Diaz and 1 by Maldonado that I can remember. First pitch on the way to Riley's 99 miles an hour off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Jackson fires. Swing. Fouls it back. 1-1. The 1-1. Suarez comes set. 99 off the plate. 2-1. Philly is now up on Washington 7-3 in the 10th. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's going to get hit over to short. One hopper. Whoa, hey, high throw, and Austin Riley's aboard with an E6 over there by Bogarts. Bogarts threw a high throw over there. Don't really know why he was rushing it to begin with. Riley was sprinting down the side, but he had plenty of time. Pretty good job by Arias, to be honest with you, to leap and make that catch. He's not very tall, doesn't have a lot of ups, but he got to the very top of his leap, prevented that ball from going into the dugout. So Matt Olson, if he can bloop, a blast by Ozuna would tie it. Here's the first pitch. In the dirt. Good block by Maldonado. It's 1-0. Martin Maldonado back there behind home plate, 38 years old. His whole family has been in the game of baseball as catchers for quite some time. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. Braves led this 4-3 until the 7th inning when Hector Neris happened, giving up 3 earned runs. Bummer was also charged with the run. The 2-0, misses high, 3-0. Standing on deck is the Big Zoo. In the hole, Zazie Albies. The 3-0 count, outside wide, ball 4. They're going to have a quick powwow on the mound out there with Suarez. Marcell Ozuna representing the tying run. And Ribby, as he's known, enters the chat. Everyone will go back to their positions. Marcell Ozuna grabs the bat. Digs in. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the first pitch. In the dirt, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozuna. Riley at second, Olsen at first. Suarez brings it. Swing, chops it foul off his instep. Changeup that was down and in, it's 1-1. On deck is Ozzie Albies, and we've seen him put a couple of really good swings on the ball. One left the yard, the 1-1. Just right there at the knees for a strike. Change up 1-2. Trying to get Ozuna to roll over on that off speed to bang into a double play to end the game. Probably a pretty good take by the Zoo. The 1-2, 90 miles an hour, just misses down and away. They were trying to get that call, trying to frame it. The changeup misses. It's 2-2. So Deuce is wild now. A 2-2 count. 2 on. The 2-2 from Suarez. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour right down the pipe. 2 away, man. That's a pitch that Ozuna would like to have back. It was a hard thrown ball, but it was right in his wheelhouse. If he's just a hair in front of that, we might be dancing in the streets. Seven 7-4 your score. Here's Ozzie Albies. Open from the left side. First pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie 1 for 4. The 2-run home run in the third, and a 3-run shot that was stolen from him at the wall. Braves have had 4 runs stolen from them via the home run. 1-0 outside, 2-0. You do the math. If those 2 balls get over the wall, we're talking about both of them just a couple of feet longer. Atlanta would be winning by 1 right now. The 2-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball taken all the way by Ozzie. 2-1. On deck is Michael Harris. Drake Baldwin would reach the plate if they could keep the line going. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and dribbled over to second. Should be an easy 4-3 putout. It is, and that'll end the game. Heck of a game. A marathon of a game for opening day. Padres get a standing ovation from the crowd, rightfully so. Their 7th inning heroics was the name of the game. The bullpen imploded. Hector Neris has got to find out what went wrong, because we can't have that guy doing that all year long. Braves lose a tough one, 7-4. We will see you tomorrow. Come on the air about 9 o'clock, 9:40 first pitch. It's a late one out west. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Happy opening day nonetheless. The Braves lose a tough one. Casey at the bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat. For there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For mighty Casey was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air. Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar. Like the beating of a storm wave on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand. And it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visit shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing. And somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat. Ernest Lawrence Thayer. Published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.